the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nasty.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Joey are here.
Hello.
What's so funny?
Well, you just got to really lock in during the crossovers. You know, you got to block out the noise.
Mm-hmm. Even
Blocking
if it's
out
banging on a window.
Yeah.
A lot of noise.
Blocking out the
Loud
noise.
noises.
A lot of noise.
Good reference,
Not sure
Joey.
why.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Great, Happer. How are you?
I'd say great.
Good.
I'm finally
Not too
starting
bad.
to do a little bit better from the sicky sick.
That's good.
Good.
How's your
Yeah.
child?
She's in the thick of it right now.
Oh, the
So
thick
you will
of it.
soon be back in the thick of it.
Well, I don't know. Is that how it works?
Well, it shouldn't because there's a thing called the immune system.
yes,
that
right.
adjusts, and-
Antibodies.
Yeah.
We learned about those during COVID.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you have it, you shouldn't immediately have it again.
Correct.
Just be the usual absentee
I've not had
father
it.
and you'll be fine. Just go away. Leave her.
If I just left.
Yeah, you'll be just fine.
This is the longest you've been around her
Wow.
continuously for a while.
Ever.
Congratulations, Connor.
Thank you. I've gotten to know her very, very well. But she's sick. So she's not always the happiest little baby right now.
Yeah. It
Aw.
sucks when little ones are sick.
I know. It breaks your heart.
It does. It does.
But she's okay.
Good.
She's not going to get everybody re-sick again.
Good.
That's a good sign.
At least that's the hope. Oh,
The
there's,
hope.
There's a dog. It was
Yeah, I was going to say,
licking my
I think
leg.
we're fine, Chris. Look, I'll move it and
Yeah.
it still works.
That's good. That's
oh,
good.
is there another mic issue?
Well, the person who sits here in the morning moves the microphone more than any human being should move a microphone.
Well, yeah.
Kid.
but-
He's gotten better. He's gotten better.
Yeah. Now he did leave his bathroom monster in here.
Yep. He just leaves
Okay,
stuff
let's
places.
Yeah.
let's address one thing at a time here.
Yeah.
I mean,
so he was.
how
he
is he-
texted me. He was
how
like,
is
"The
he-
mic's having an
How
issue."
is he moving it so much that it's causing the mic to be off?
I think he's causing a short when he moves it.
He got like electric.
drinks Monster.
He does drink Monster, but I
Probably
mean, does
talks
he
with-
have,
It's
like,
possible that he's just
electric
spilling
waves
stuff
going through
over
his
there.
fingers
Probably
or
talk
something.
with his hands and accidentally hit the microphone.
A sports headset? It's not a bad idea.
It would
Matt.
sound a lot different, but it's not a bad idea.
And then he started putting his legs up.
He could be moving all the time like he always is.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe for Halloween, I'll just be Matt and I'll just put my bare legs up
Oh my
for all.
goodness!
That's a
I was
good bit.
driving back from Funplex and someone had their left foot out of their driver's.
Whoa!
Yeah,
That
they were
is so-
driving.
That's
Great
so
slam.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Also, incredible dexterity to be able to drive and have your leg out the
Yeah.
window at the same
I
time.
mean, I suppose you're not doing anything with your left foot.
Well, it's dangerous.
There's a movie called My Left Foot.
Really?
Never saw it.
Have fun. See you for Broncos tomorrow.
Bye. Oh, interesting.
Chris is
You
showing
invited
up for
yourself to?
Broncos.
I mean,
Interesting.
He did deliver us lots of food last month.
That's true.
He did, but he didn't have to pay for any of it.
Yeah, that's
John
true.
John is going to buy us lunch.
What a guy.
I think
Treat.
that's the idea, right?
Well, it's either that or steal it.
My wife's reaction when I told her about tomorrow was she was flabbergasted. She couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
She was
you
like,
just-
could you?
You volunteered all of it.
That you would volunteer for work?
Wrong, John. I love work. She was
Well,
like,
I mean, that's why I was asking why she was.
she's like, I have to go in. Could you feed Banks lunch? And I said, no, I'll be gone. And she said, where will you be?
Chose work over Banks.
No, Joey, I didn't choose
I
a
cannot
word.
wow.
believe it.
Dog hater.
Joey,
Now who's the dog hater?
Yep.
you still.
No.
It's not me.
Your dog's going to starve to death,
No.
so you can come in here and
He'll have an
work
early
and-
lunch.
Talk about random stuff all day.
Yes.
That don't matter.
Well, nothing matters, Joey.
I suppose we could talk about your dog.
Topic alert.
Topic alert.
Now, you would hate that segment.
I would just ask you a bunch of questions
All right. I mean, it's your call tomorrow.
about your dog. But anyway, I was going to say,
Yeah.
there's nothing like when you go to a burger place like Bronco's
Mhm.
and you get the giant bag full of the burgers that are individually wrapped, like the white bag,
Mhm.
and you just reach in and you grab a burger.
Yeah.
That is a great feeling. I associate that with summer
Oh.
for some reason.
So tomorrow will be summer.
Tomorrow will be summer.
It's official.
Fries, onion rings, whatever.
Just the grease kind of bleeding through the bag a little bit.
Yes, all over the place.
Yeah.
God, it's gonna be a great
Grab
day.
your napkins.
The sound of the bag kind of crumbling and crinkling all over the place.
Oh.
It's a great sound. I'm excited to have that tomorrow.
Me
How many
too.
burgers are you getting, John?
Well,
Yeah, hopefully
don't-
2 ever for each, right? 2 each.
Maybe 3?
Oh, maybe 3.
wow, you're greedy.
I was just asking, John.
Hopefully 7 for each.
John, do you have
that's too
Venmo? Can I Venmo
No, I
you?
don't. I don't
You have
have
to Venmo his wife.
I don't Venmo.
Okay.
I don't Venmo.
How do we get you? Well, I have cash. I have a
Whoa.
couple bucks.
Do you
Well,
really?
the idea
Yeah.
is, well,
I got a safe full of cash.
Let's go, Joey. Tell us why.
Nice. Go get some.
that's amazing.
Open it up
For emergencies.
for emergencies.
Do you want to tell us how much you have in there? Like,
No, I'm not going to tell you.
That's good. What's the code?
will you tell us off the air, Joey? I'm very curious off the air.
Yeah, I will tell you.
Okay, I
Off the
want-
air.
Wow.
I cannot.
Do you guys
wait.
have a safe? Do you guys have a safe?
I did in a former life of mine, but when there
Mm,
was, you take some stuff, I take other stuff. I
Oh.
didn't get the safe.
my son
Oh.
does.
I have a safe.
We need to get a safe. Riss and I need to get a safe.
1620 the safe.
I've never experienced a time in which I felt like I needed a safe other than just to, put a couple important things. Like I think my birth certificate is in the safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, the important documents.
Yeah.
Your wedding is your wedding thing in there?
Yes.
License.
That is a
Marriage
disastrous document.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of whiteout on it.
What did you do?
What?
So we for whatever reason, we put the finishing touches on the marriage license document at like the end of the wedding, like after, the wedding had happened and people were clearing out and stuff like that. And some people signed it in the wrong place.
Oh no!
Wow.
And it's really all a blur, but there was whiteout involved. Our notary, who you guys know, was involved in this situation. He was very intoxicated at the time. He used to work here, and
Oh.
he was the notary of this document.
Wow.
Mm.
Yeah, because he's a notary.
Tough.
Yeah,
I didn't know Corey was your notary.
yeah, that would have been funny. I'd take along my notary wherever I go. It's Corey.
That's exciting.
So for a while there, you were married to your mother or something.
Married to somebody else, or
Yeah.
somebody was married to somebody else.
Wow.
I can't remember what it was.
That's
there,
wild.
there was a moment if that would have been executed, it would have looked very, very weird. But no, that's in there, even though that document looks weird. But it's a good story. If only I remembered it completely.
Well, it sounds like no one remembered it because everyone was inebriated at the time.
Yeah, that's true. That is true, John. We
Yeah,
were.
that's okay.
Some car stuff in there, probably a couple bucks. I don't know.
Couple bucks, which you have in your wallet.
Yeah, most of it's in the bank.
Yes, not in a safe.
Yeah. The bank is the virtual safe.
I just made a graphic. Thank you to Joey for delivering us that great line.
I have a safe
Full of cash.
full of cash.
Let's see. El Scorcho writes, the Broncos cheeseburger combo meal comes with 2 burgers. I recommend the Laredo fries. What are
What's
the
a Laredo?
Yeah, what
fry?
is it?
I don't know.
I-
John, what's a Laredo?
I don't know.
Just
I
get
don't know.
regular. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should get Laredo fries. I don't know what that is.
I'll look up Broncos burgers.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. We're all excited.
You're not ordering custom. You're all getting the same thing.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Just get some burgers and
Jeez.
some fries.
Laredo fries. They're waffle fries.
No, we don't want that.
No.
Wow.
That's-
Critical of waffle fries.
Just get some regular fries and some
Waffle
burgers.
fries are the inferior fry.
Of all of the fries, it is the most inferior. I love
ooh.
waffle fries.
Topic alert.
Yeah, I guess maybe
There
we
we
should
go.
say this for tomorrow.
Oh, I think we'll have enough topics tomorrow, won't we?
Probably.
Yeah, of all the fries, I give Chick-fil-A credit. Their waffle fries are good,
They're a pretty good job.
but I would much rather have, normal fries.
What's
You
a
know.
normal fry? Like a McDonald's fry?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, your typical
fry, your crinkle cut fry.
It's
Even
not
steak fries better than waffle fries.
It's not necessarily in the cut of the fry for me. It's just the consistency of the fry.
I love waffle fries.
It's harder to cook waffle fries to get them to be at that consistency because sometimes if they're overdone, it's like eating charcoal.
It is like
correct.
That's a good point, John.
So that's really the main reason behind
Steak fry is my least favorite fry. Though I am also not a fan of potato wedges.
I'm not a fan of sweet potato fries.
Great take, Joey. That is the bottom.
Yeah, keep those out of it. That's not even in the conversation.
No, I was talking about like kind of normal, regular fries.
How about the curlies?
I like curlies without the seasoning on, like the Arby's seasoning. Just like a straight curly fry is my favorite fry. Like what they have over next door at Goldberg's.
Which is interesting because that's kind of like, I mean, it's you get the big curly fries, it's like a steak fry in the amount of potato, and it's hard to get crispy.
I don't think so. Not if you cook them right. Not if you know what you're doing.
Well, that's the same thing with steak fries. If you cook them right, you can.
No, steak fries. But it seems like no one cooks steak fries right. They're always just mushy. Every time.
It does feel like they are mushy a lot.
Yeah. I would prefer mushy over crispy for steak fries.
Over like too crispy or
over steak fries.
Because I want there to be a little crunch to it.
How about a crinkle?
Love crinkle fry.
Crinkle might be the best fry.
People like it because the seasoning gets caught in the little ridges.
As is the case with all of these, though. Like if you don't do it right, it's going to get hard on you.
Yeah.
Well, that's all fries.
It's going to get crunchy.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's also all meats like turkey, Josh.
What's wrong with turkey?
Everything.
Because Josh has never.
Sandwich?
Apparently, the people in Josh's life have always prepared turkey horribly.
What do you eat for Thanksgiving then?
Ham, Joey, and I eat the turkey. Okay, settle down, Joey.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with turkey?
Hadaway, Joey.
I just think it's overrated, dry, bland, boring, not good.
Okay, but that's not in all the cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Many such cases.
Again, it's not been prepared right. Apparently, your
What
family.
are you saying about my grandpa?
So you're out of like a deli turkey sandwich?
I would never order that.
That is absurd.
Literally not one time in my life.
It's so much better than a ham sandwich.
No.
A ham sandwich is way more bland than a turkey sandwich in general.
I would order a club. That's my go-to.
Well, that has turkey on it.
I know, but there's also ham and bacon.
That's fine.
The turkey is not the star of the show with the club sandwich. It's like last place.
Well, why don't you just take it out? Why don't you just get the ham and the bacon?
I'm not going to ask them to take the turkey off.
You're too embarrassed.
No, I'm happy to alter my meals, Joey. I'm not like happy.
I am not happy about that.
I know you're not, but I don't mind it. I just don't. I would never want a turkey sandwich.
A smoked turkey tastes better than.
Oh yeah, they do a lot of different stuff. They do the peppered turkey, their Cajun turkey, like a whole bunch of different stuff with the turkey. Turkey is a really easy thing to manipulate however you want it to taste.
Interesting,
because the slate is, like you said, a little bit. It's clean.
It is a clean slate. That's true.
You can do whatever you want with it.
Inject many good flavors.
Ham has a distinct flavor right off the bat.
True.
Yeah.
You can make the turkey taste however you want to make the turkey taste.
I like the flavor of ham, though.
You can make the turkey taste like ham. I have this ham-infused turkey.
Maybe it's turkey. See, what does this say, though, about turkey that you're like, if you alter it in 100 ways, it's good? Like, that's not a good argument for it being good.
That's true, but I'm not arguing for the base, like, I don't care what the base turkey versus base ham tastes like. Like, I know what a good turkey sandwich tastes like.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's possible. It's doable.
Turkey and bacon better than ham and bacon. That's just pork on pork.
Well, for the record, I don't eat ham on bacon very often.
Well, no, you do on the club sandwich.
Yeah, on the club, but I don't like get a slab of ham and throw some bacon on it.
Right, but you are still
sometimes.
eating.
I think bacon's overrated.
I know you do.
Yeah. I don't need bacon on my stuff.
You and John, you gonna kiss over this?
With that being said, I don't
think bacon's overrated. I think it can be overused.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I do think we are making BLTs tonight. I am excited.
You shouldn't be allowed to have this. If it's overrated, take it off. Have a lettuce tomato sandwich.
But I would argue once again that the bacon is not the star of the BLT show.
It's
the tea.
I've never had a BLT sandwich.
Ooh, that's a good
topic alert.
I've always found that sandwich really interesting as someone who's never eaten it before, because it just doesn't.
You've never had a BLT?
Because I don't like tomatoes. Just doesn't seem like enough.
Oh, no, it's plenty enough.
It's like more veggies than meat.
Yeah.
And how much bacon are you putting on a BLT?
However much you'd like.
However much you like, yeah.
We have a lot of bacon in our fridge right now that is cooked. I keep wondering what I'm going to do with it.
If you want the bacon to be the star of the BLT show, then you can make it that.
That's a lot of bacon.
An appropriate BLT, the tomato is the star.
The tomato does make a huge difference. It does make a huge difference because if it's just those not dry, but those store-bought tomatoes.
Oh yeah,
you get a big ass tomato out of your garden.
Tomato
that's juicy.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Peter says, I agree with Josh. Tomatoes suck.
Yeah, many people say that.
Everybody
They're all
eats
children.
salsa,
I love salsa.
and the ones that don't have salsa, they like ketchup. Maybe they
I don't
like
like
both.
ketchup.
Spaghetti sauce. They love everything about tomatoes. They can't eat tomatoes.
I know. Maybe I should eat tomatoes.
Maybe you should eat tomatoes.
Because if it's in stuff, I never have an issue. But
Get a tomato on his Bronco burger tomorrow.
For some reason, a slice of tomato.
It's like one of the Bronco burgers with a slice of tomato.
I think it's a 50-cent upcharge. Last I remember.
Oh, good.
To get a tomato on there?
That's from
Come on, Broncos.
That's what I remember from a long time ago.
Because the Bronco burgers just are generally dressed with what, mustard and pickles and onions. I think
so.
Yeah.
No mustard, please, John.
Now,
you can't do that. No alterations. No alterations.
Here's a topic
eat what I give you.
Come on, John.
What do you mean? Come on, I don't
All
want
you have to do
to
is ask for no mustard. You don't have to. It's not a.
Yeah,
whole
and then
thing.
they'll leave it off of everybody's.
No
and
mustard
then
on only Josh's burgers.
Thank you, Happer. You understand.
And can you label it with a big crying baby face on the label?
Hey,
just
I
so
don't
we
care.
know?
I just want to eat it.
Here's a topic alert. Are your toppings on top or on the bottom?
Top.
On the burger.
Yeah, probably on top.
Because Broncos usually put their toppings on the bottom. If
Oh,
I
do they?
remember.
That's right.
This was
Actually,
from a long time ago.
It doesn't bother me much. It doesn't bother me much either way. But I think normal seems like the top to me. On top of the patty.
Yeah, because it's just easier in the assembly process.
Yes, unless I guess you flip it. You just
I
eat an
guess you
upside down
could.
burger.
You could. It just.
But then the dome burger bun, because there's a dome burger bun and then there's a flat burger bun. You wouldn't want to eat the dome burger bun bottom. That would be weird. That wouldn't feel right.
Definitely.
The dome burger bun.
You know, the top of the bun.
I know, the top of the bun.
Top of the bun.
The top of the bun's usually a little bit of a dome shape. Yeah. Good point.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, where were we going with this conversation?
Who knows?
Tomatoes. You're gonna eat a tomato.
All right, I'll eat a tomato.
I'll just go to the grocery store and get a tomato.
You'll get a tomato for the show?
Yeah, just for you, Josh.
Like,
wow, what a guy, Joey.
My grandpa takes like a slice of tomato, a big slice of tomato from the garden, puts salt on it or pepper on it or whatever, and then just like slices it up with a fork and a knife.
That's what my grandfather did. He would just pick up tomatoes from his garden, just grab the salt shaker and just eat it out as the bulk.
Yeah,
and that's a lot of the Italian restaurants do that tomato and mozzarella salad where it's just slices of tomato and mozzarella.
Oh yeah.
Is that a caprese? That's
no,
not a caprese, is it? But they just literally have slices of tomato and slices of mozzarella and
mozzarella. More food takes coming in.
Here we go.
Tony writes, onions are gross. Charles says onions on food is the worst.
That's a
I
horrible
love
take. Onions are good.
Yeah,
I love onions. I just don't like them grilled. I like raw onions on a burger, raw onions on a sandwich.
I kind of like both ways.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but with the grilled flavor, it alters.
Well, yeah, it caramelizes it and it
I don't want no
sweetens
caramel.
it up.
I don't want no sweetness.
Oh, that's right. You're afraid of.
Why do you get so triggered?
Because you're missing out on all these great things. No,
I like
the
onions,
sweet and the
but I don't
savory
want it this
separated.
way. John, I'm going to be mad about the one part of it. Just allow me to be myself.
So, Josh, here's a quick
Yeah,
question.
but you'd be a better person if you weren't yourself.
Is that true?
Much better.
Josh, here's a question for your burger. Are you going to get cheese on it?
Of course, Joey. What am I, a child? Or what am I not a child? Is cheeseburgers for kids or not?
Cheese is for not.
Because it took you a long time to try a cheeseburger.
Yeah, Joey, that was 15 years ago. We've moved on with our lives since 2010.
So you eat more than just chicken tendies now?
Of course. I don't like how this has become Grill Josh crossover.
Well, you were the original bad food takes guy.
No, Damon was. He doesn't eat regular pizza. He has to have white sauce pizza.
Yeah, Damon doesn't like pasta either, right?
Because it's red sauce. He doesn't like vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's...
it's weird. I always said that Damon did not get enough credit for how weird he is.
Oh, he showers after he poops every time.
He is very weird. There's no question about it. But, I mean, you have to admit, not trying a cheeseburger for a while, the malt vinegar on your on everything.
On shrimp?
That's
good.
That's weird.
No, it's normal.
No.
Go to a fried fish restaurant. They'll have malt vinegar. It's very common.
I would never walk into such a place. It sounds disgusting.
Oh, are you afraid of fried fish? See,
Actually, I am.
Wow.
Actually, I am. I am very afraid
Thank
of
you,
it.
Joey. Let's make fun of John now for being a
The
goober.
order is very simple. Fried fish, lawn bags. Very easy.
Wow.
Wow.
So if the lawn bag would have had some fried cod in there and you tripped over it.
John, you like
That'd be like
fried fish?
No, I don't like fried fish.
Wow.
I'm not a big fish fan. I like the shellfish.
We should have some fried fish for John. Let's have a fish fry.
Let's get some
God,
lobster
that
rolls
sounds
here.
I mean, nothing
sometime.
smells
Joey.
worse than that.
Lobster rolls are not included in the category of fried fish.
No.
Well, no, that's a
See,
shellfish.
yeah, that's delicious.
Yeah, I like the shellfish.
But do
Shellfish
you-
is
I forget.
We can just
Shrimp?
fried catfish or something.
good. Not a
Delicious.
fan.
Fried cod.
No.
Fried cod.
Yum.
They kept telling me when I was in Arkansas to go to this place called the Catfish Hole.
Did you go?
I did not,
Oh
but
my-
I was interested.
Yeah, it sounds like a place for me.
It sounds like a place that is in Arkansas.
Yeah, it sounds like a dingy fried seafood place that I would love.
I got people buying me drinks in Arkansas when I was in college.
I heard about this.
Wow.
I heard
Wow.
about this.
Yeah,
Yes.
we were covering UNO and Arkansas baseball. This was a few years ago, and some drunk Arkansas fan recognized us from Baum Walker. Sounded like Boomhauer. I could not understand what he said. All I just remember is he bought us a round of drinks, and
There you go. People
Rest is
love their
history.
hogs.
What a nice man.
They love their
they're
hogs.
nice fans.
They're great people.
Feel bad they can't get a chip.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike Schaefer just tweeted into a photo that Connor's wife tweeted earlier today.
Yep.
Of them 14 years ago.
Yep.
So here's Happer 14
I would have
years
been.
ago.
How old was I 14 years ago?
Like 21, 22, 20,
What year was 14 years ago?
2020, 2011.
2011.
You can't do simple math. You can't just take your age and subtract 14.
It's too many numbers going on.
How
at
old are you?
once. 33.
So you were
You were
19.
19.
So Mike Schaefer responded, I just can't take clean shaven Happer seriously.
I was a child. I was 19 years old. I didn't have the capability to grow a beard yet. Schaefer.
That's a funny tweet.
Why is that funny? Because you can't take me seriously
I mean,
either.
To be fair, if I saw a picture of myself 14 years ago, I'd be like, that guy.
What's wrong? You were making fun of my swim trunks earlier.
Because of how long they are. They're such long.
They're just at my knees.
They're going below your knees. Look at those long.
They're
ass
right
swim
at my
trunks.
knees.
Oh, they're right at his. Those are okay.
Those are
Those
long.
are very normal swim
You don't
trunks.
very
need
long.
Many people in
Speedos.
2011 were wearing the
Yes.
leaves
I know, but
of their
that's,
shorts.
it's okay. It's still no. I have leave swimsuit still. I like it.
Yeah.
It's just so long
And I don't have a beard in
You
this
don't have a
picture.
beard.
'Cause I could not grow one.
with a Nebraska hat. Don't show that to the J boys. You're
Well,
gonna trigger half the fan base.
it's
again.
all over.
I love it. You just make everybody that you do podcasts for mad. That's your whole bit.
No, that's not my bit.
I think it is.
That's not what I'm trying to
I
do.
know, but it just happens.
Yeah, people get
You
mad.
do Locked On, people get mad.
Maybe
You do J stuff,
people should
get
look in the
mad.
mirror and realize that they get mad about stupid things.
I would agree. Like caramelizing onions.
Again, it's the sweet and the savory.
Or me wearing a Jays shirt.
On the Locked On Nebraska podcast.
I wore one today. I wore this exact shirt today.
Oh, really?
Did anyone call me out? Did anyone say,
Oh, they probably will.
I'm going to go comment on the YouTube page.
look at that? He's trying to hide it, but he's wearing a Jays shirt.
Oh, man, that's so funny.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm ready for topic alert day.
I am
tomorrow.
going to have a great time tomorrow.
Gonna
We're
be-
all going to have a
gonna
great
be
time
fun.
tomorrow.
Hey, you better be ready, Josh. You got a long day of radio. Also, I realized, speaking of that, earlier in the week, I scheduled myself to get a beard trim at 3:30.
You have
So you're
someone-
leaving us.
Wait,
Well, I can come back. It's just right up the street.
Oh yeah, that's what I was
You're-
told when I was
yeah.
up in Funplex.
Yeah.
you don't trim your own beard?
I want it. I do normally, but this
wants it
time I want it
professionally done.
professionally
A
done.
few
yeah.
times a year, Happer goes and gets it done nicely.
Well, if you have the right equipment, you can do it yourself.
Just got to reset some things. Yeah, but you always put yourself at a risk of
Well,
taking a chunk out.
yeah.
You don't want to take a chunk
Let the
out.
professionals handle it.
Poll question.
Poll question: do you want to take a chunk out? No, is the answer. So I will be gone for like a half hour.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah,
But imagine how much tighter it will look when he gets in.
I will feel. I mean, you guys know the feeling after you get a haircut. You feel like you could attack.
The world.
Yeah, feel like you're on top of the world. It's a great feeling.
So do you feel that way when you get your beard trimmed?
Correct, because I don't have hair.
No, I guess that would make sense.
You did in that photo.
I did.
You had
It was
hair
a
on
long
your.
time ago.
If you could, if you could, it was
14
14
years, to be
years ago.
exact.
If you could believe it, yeah, I used to have a great amount of hair, a regular amount of hair. Some would say,
Dude, even that video that's been going viral of you the last day when you were excited about
like 8 people saw it.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
many people saw it, but you had hair.
Yeah,
Now,
that
it's
was
in
like
its
4
dying-
years ago.
That was right before you started working here.
Yeah,
I
pretty
looked at the
much.
timestamp. It was December of 2021. You were just about to join us.
That's right. Yeah, that was a week before that.
I forgot that
Wow.
you had hair when you got here.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you don't in the photo, right? That you it's like you must have shaved it all off before that cool photo.
No,
of you
I
and
think I just
Hodgson.
started going all the way down to buzzed or bald like a year ago.
Wow,
Right,
really?
was it?
Yeah, for some reason I feel like Hepper's been
Yeah.
doing Buzztown for years.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I was still hanging on for dear life up
Mm.
until pretty recently.
It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Now I just gave in. I said, too much upkeep,
Yeah, understandable.
too
I
much
don't blame
worrying
you.
about it.
I don't blame you.
But then you have to cut it more often. You know, you have to buzz it down.
Yeah, how
more
often do you do with like a trimmer
So
or
more,
using a
yeah.
razor?
Sometimes I go all the way down, but sometimes like this morning I just went with a trimmer.
Yeah.
But it turns into a pretty bad situation after about a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Looks
Gotta
bad
stay on top of it.
because this hair is not. This hair's not.
Have you ever
not
thought,
so much here.
You ever thought about letting it come all the way back and then just like have it hanging out the back like Hulk Hogan, where it's bald on top, but it's like hanging out? All
I
over
would
Like
the-
my
not be
grandpa.
able to live with myself.
It'd be funny,
Why
though,
not?
for
It
a
would be
bit.
unique. Yeah.
You should do it for a bit.
I would look so.
Just have it grow out for a year and see what we get.
Yeah, just a whole year.
There's no way I could do that. There's no
Yeah, you
way.
could. You could wear a bandana so it covers the bald spot, but then the hair's sticking out of the back.
God, that would look
You would look cool.
so bad. So bad. I don't even know. I don't know what would happen. I don't know. I don't know if my hair would get longer.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, it's worth it.
I don't think so.
By the way, I just got an
I
email
would
from
hate myself.
Aaron and Papillion, who writes, "The nerd I am, I have a reminder in my calendar for tomorrow that says this: rock bottom discussion on 1620.
Yeah, same here.
And the
Yeah.
idea what this is this part of topic day? I don't know why I put this there. Yes, so
Yeah, it is.
we have this was something from all the way on October the 8th.
Yeah.
The October 8th crossover. Nick wrote, after we talked about early 2000s NASCAR, we wondered if we could pinpoint when Nebraska hit rock bottom. Discuss on July 3rd. Also, Nick explores the Gen Alpha internet. Oh, that sounds terrible.
Well, we know we're not doing that.
Are we going to
'cause
identify Nebraska's rock
There's
bottom
no
tomorrow?
It's on
Hey,
my list.
It's a topic alert.
It certainly is.
It's a topic alert.
Well, I've been looking at a lot of losses lately.
Yeah,
so
you have data to
I
back
have,
this
I
up.
have some takes on
Yeah,
when I
because
think
you
it
are
could be.
profiting off of the negativity.
As I usually do.
Mm-hmm.
As I usually do.
Rock bottom.
Sad indeed.
Rock bottom, though, is a different discussion than just the worst loss.
Easily.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
Yeah,
Rock bottom encompasses a lot of different things.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bigger picture thing than just one loss is one loss.
I don't know if I have an answer for it.
I'm thinking about it right now.
Because the worst season, not to like spoil the discussion, but the worst season, of our lifetimes, they went 3-9, but none of those losses were famously by two. One loss was by 2 scores. None were by double digits. It's like, can the rock bottom be, when you go 3-9? But
No, I actually think the rock bottom games, the rock bottom candidates, are games that would be a lot lower on your list because they are uncompetitive.
okay,
They are.
Mm.
you talking about like 62-3?
I'm talking about like 62-3.
Talking about Michigan
Talking about that
26-14.
Michigan game a couple years ago, like just completely uncompetitive from the start.
2017 Ohio State.
See, I have something in mind that's not a game.
Oh,
When
when they hired Scott Frost.
Well, we'll discuss tomorrow.
Oh,
when
right.
Trev
Ooh.
brought out Scott and held his hand and said, "Come out here, you're going to talk
that
about
was
it."
pretty funny.
Yeah.
That wasn't rock bottom. That was just funny.
Yeah, that was
Because-
mountain
because-
Oh,
top.
I know, John, what you're going to say when they tried to get out of the Oklahoma game.
Oh, that was pretty bad.
Is that rock
Ooh,
bottom?
That is pretty
That
bad.
was pretty
That is
bad.
pretty bad.
What a fun day on the
pretty,
internet that
pretty
was.
bad.
Sucked.
Mm.
Because there was these idiots who were like, "Oh, definitely, that's a great idea."
Well, the best part is there was like the stages of grief. At first, it was like, it's not real. And then
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
if it is real, it's not that big of a deal. And then,
I can see where he's coming from.
All right, so we have to
Shut
do this
up.
tomorrow, not at 3:30 when Happer leaves us. We have to do it at different
Yeah, do
time.
something else for a half hour. I'll be back at like 4.
We should do what's it like to have hair on your head.
Come on.
We can just talk about how fun it
Oh.
is. Don't you love having hair still?
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
All right, well, that'll be fun.
Cool.
Wow.
Enjoy the what's it like to have hair at 3:30.
VJ says Rock Bottom
Oh.
was getting beaten mocked by Purdue after calling them a winnable game.
Jays, honk honk.
What happened?
Isaac Collins just hit a home run.
Oh man, I remember Isaac Collins.
Why is it the Brewers always get to play these teams when they suck?
Mm,
God, I hate the Brewers, but good on you, Isaac.
congrats, Brewers.
All right, sorry. What's the thing that you just said?
VJ says Rock Bottom was getting beaten mocked by Purdue after calling them a winnable game.
That was a pretty funny moment because literally he walks in front of the camera and says, "Oh, winnable game."
Winnable game.
You could go to another Purdue game.
The one the next year when they had 1 million first downs inside of Purdue territory. Oh.
No, the one in 2015.
Oh, Riker Fife.
Yeah.
Yikes. I watched that game at a sports bar in Arlington, Texas on the tiniest TV.
I took a nap during that game and I woke up when the score was 42-16 and I thought I was dead.
Why'd you
I mean,
take a nap?
They lost to a Daryl Hazel coach
They
team.
He won
did.
like 2
Daryl
games.
Hazel,
They did.
the worst coach in Big Ten history.
That's a tough
He's up
look for
there.
Mike Riley.
Yeah,
It was. It was a bad.
We
bad
defended
look.
him after that, John. That's a tough look for us.
bad look for you.
Why were you taking a nap? Were you hungover, Happer?
I was just on the couch and I didn't have any responsibilities
I mean,
the
let's
rest of the
face
day.
it,
I just fell asleep. It was a sleepy game.
It was. I mean,
Wow.
Wasn't very
You know,
engaging.
K Ford does his watchability index.
That would have been negative 800.
watchability. They should have a sleepability index.
Yes.
I would say
There
that
we go.
Purdue football is very high on the sleepability index, like any Purdue game.
That was
There's
high nap probability in Husker history.
There's something about that stadium that does make you sleepy. It's always gray.
It's always gray. There's always
It's
Beth
always
Mowens.
gray. I mean, and of course their colors aren't that inspiring. You know, old gold and black.
old gold.
I mean, they did have that one year. Who was the electric player?
Rondell Moore.
Rondell Moore.
Oh, when they beat Ohio State?
I mean, that they
That
had
was fun.
that. They had that. And if you go back further, you know, the Joe Tiller stuff. But back then, I wasn't watching Big Ten football. Nobody was.
Jeff Brom, that was a good time. They went to a Big Ten championship game
David
once.
Blau.
David Blau.
Yeah, but there's just something about it. They're just like, oh,
no
so-
wonder Greg and
so
Lincoln doesn't listen to us
so
anymore.
sleepy. Well, they are.
Hmm.
They just are. I'm sorry.
Dave-
Daryl Hazel.
You'll remember this, Happer. Dave Fight says, wasn't 2015 Purdue an early game the day after a Royals World Series game? It was the day before they clinched. Because I remember listening to Game 5 on my drive home
That's
from
why I
Dallas.
was sleepy.
Because you had been up late the night before.
Well, okay, so that Game 5 was the game that they clinched it. That was November 1.
And that was,
That was
a
a
Sunday.
Sunday.
So it would have been after
Game
Game
4.
4.
No.
Because Game 5 was in New York. Game 4 was in Kansas City.
No,
No.
it was a 2-3-2.
No.
Game
Two-
4,
Games
game
4
4
and
was
5.
the same day of the game of the Nebraska Purdue game. The Royals won that game 5-3. But Game 3 happened. Oh, Game 3 had happened on the 28th.
Well, yeah.
They take so many days off. Oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. They played the night before.
And they lost. That was the only game of the series they lost.
9-3.
Yep.
So you were hungover. Were you sad drinking?
It's possible.
23-year-old Happer.
Even though they were up 2-1.
Even though they're up 2-1.
I just wasn't used to them losing in the postseason. It didn't happen a lot, John.
That's true.
Did not happen a lot.
They did win a lot.
Yeah. They even won that one game against Houston that they really should not have won.
Which one was that?
2015 ALDS Game 4. Look it up.
What happened?
They
came back.
They came back.
Oh,
late.
interesting.
It was basically like the wild card game, just shoved into an inning.
Game 4. Let's see. Kansas City. Where is it at? Holy God! They were down 6-2 going into the 8th inning, and they won 9-6.
That's right.
They scored 5 runs in the top of the 8th.
That's right.
Happer, what were you doing? Were you
I-
like, ah!
I was
Well,
getting
they
his
needed
beard,
that.
getting his beard trimmed.
because it was
They
that
would
was
have
a,
lost the. They would have gotten
correct.
eliminated.
So that was a
Whoa.
day game during the week, and we
Mhm.
were the affiliate of the Royals. So I was at work,
Oh God, that sucks.
and people were around me,
That's
and I
horrible.
was, and they were like, "Wow, Happer, I'm so sorry. Your season and your life is over." And I said, "Please leave right now. I'm going to lose it." And I didn't say a word the rest of the game.
Was Jake Sorensen a Cardinals fan still, or was he a Royals fan? At
He
the
was a
time?
Royals fan.
That's
at the
cool.
time.
At least you guys could root for him together.
Yeah.
Wait a second. He switched affiliations?
He really liked Jim Edmonds.
I knew Jake when he was happy that the Cardinals won the 2011 World Series. And then in 2015, I knew him when he was happy that the Royals won the World Series. And I was like, wait a second.
What happened?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Was he 8 years old?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good Lord.
Yeah. At least when I do it, it's a bit.
Especially when when you're a fan of a franchise like the Cardinals.
Yeah. Why would you leave?
Yeah, you can't go Royals to Cardinals or Cardinals to Royals. That's
No.
inappropriate. But
no, especially when you're supposedly an adult.
We forgive young Jake, but we do make fun of him incessantly for it.
Yeah.
So there's that.
As everybody should.
Mm.
As everybody should.
Sad.
What a cool comeback, though.
That was the outside of the wild card game, that was the best game of the entire 2-year run.
Really?
Yes.
Game 1 against the Mets when Alex Gordon hit that home run.
That game was better.
That game was pretty cool.
That game was pretty cool.
He hit the home run in the bottom of the ninth to tie the game.
That was pretty amazing.
And then it went to 14 innings.
They had many, many good games.
They
Many
did.
good games.
That was a fun couple of years.
Yeah.
So I was rooting for the Royals, and then I was rooting for the Cubs. Happy for my friends. Now I would never root for John's happiness.
The other great game.
That's because I have too much of it.
You do.
The other classic game that they had during the run was
Didn't they have a Blue Jays game that was
correct
famous?
2015 ALCS game 5.
Gotta go back to the season real fast.
Yes.
7-1.
No,
That can't be that one. Oh, Toronto won game 5. Let's see. It can't be the 14-2 game.
maybe game 3 or 2. Either way, it was the one where Lorenzo Cain scored from first, and he was not supposed to.
Trying to find it out. Let's see.
Probably the loudest Kauffman Stadium has ever been when Lorenzo Cain scored from first.
Well, let's
Did
see.
the concrete smell then?
Yeah, bad.
Nice. So they were down 3-0 going into the bottom of the 7th in game 2. The Royals were, and they scored 5 runs that inning.
I believe that was probably
that
it.
game.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. I think Riss has told me about that game one time.
Great game.
Wow, baseball. I watched a playoff game with you last year because we were doing
big red overreaction
after the Rutgers game.
That was the Yankees-Royals game 2.
Yeah, you'd won
the
game
game
1,
that
right?
the Royals actually won.
Oh, they won that game.
They won.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
And then they nearly won game 3,
And then they lost.
but they did not.
Yeah. Bummer.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's not John Carlo's fault.
It's not his fault.
Good old Bob.
The only thing I hope is if the Royals ever make the playoffs again, Bob Costas is nowhere near this event.
Well, he retired, like Mike Breen pretended to retire.
That's right.
Before the show started.
Bob Costas will show up and do a Yankee playoff game this year.
Of course he will.
Put it on the board.
Oh,
Put it on the list.
I will put this on the
Yeah.
list. Get the tomatoes and feed them to me, apparently. All right, perfect. So is it just he'll do a Yankees game or he'll just do a playoff game?
He'll do it, because if
A
there is,
Yankees playoff
it'll be
game.
a Yankee
Okay.
game. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll do a Yankees playoff game. Which is funny because I've always identified him as a Cardinal guy.
That's where he's
Some reason.
from, right? Isn't he a St. Louis
Well,
guy?
he worked in St. Louis.
He called the games for the NBA team way back in the day. Or
Yeah,
the Colt 45s, right?
No. That was the Spirits of St. Louis.
Costas
The Colt
was born in
45s.
New York.
Oh, he was. Okay. I guess I'm conflating his time in St. Louis.
Joe
The
Buck
Spirits of
probably in
St. Louis.
Joe Buck.
That was a good nickname. The Spirits of St. Louis.
Who are the
That's
Colt
fantastic.
45s? Who's that?
That's the Houston Astros.
That's right. That's right. Cool.
All right.
Well,
See you guys tomorrow.
see you tomorrow,
See you
Happer.
tomorrow.
Burgers.
alert.
Topic alert.
Yeah, I don't know what time I'll be here, but it'll probably be in the midst of the crossover because I'm taking my parents to the airport. But
Cool.
I'm going to come right here afterwards.
Cool.
Right here. So
Radio.
can't wait.
Radio.
Be here in abandoned banks.
What?
You're
Be
going to
at
abandon
work.
banks.
Yeah, you don't want to be with banks. You want to be with your best
Oh,
friend.
I thought you
Connor.
said abandoned banks, like as in banks are abandoned.
No,
No,
your
Joey,
dog,
I'm not
Mr.
abandoning him.
Banks.
I'm coming to work. I'm coming to do my job.
You should bring your dogs in.
Yeah,
like
Chris does it all the
does.
time.
Banks would lose his mind. He would just jump on everybody and everything. He wouldn't pee in here, which is good, but he wouldn't be able to sit still, which would just be a lot.
That's a topic, though.
Yeah. I mean, it would be kind of fun. Take him out during breaks, feed him
Yeah.
lunch.
Why can't Josh's dog sit still?
Yeah, if I brought his dog bed in, he'd start humping it. I mean, we could do this if you guys want.
No, it's okay.
No, I think that would be too inconvenient for you.
Yeah, probably for the best.
All right. Well,
Okay.
we'll see you tomorrow.
See you
for
tomorrow,
Topic
See you
Haber.
Alert.
tomorrow.
That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete. Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's a Grum Day on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. They'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Do we need to start doing check-ins on the Pirates?
Why?
They're like killing everybody. What is happening here? This is like Bizarro World.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Because, you know, they crushed the Mets over the weekend. They had that series where they were the first team in 120 years to score 30-plus runs, give up 4 or less, and strike out 25.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they're just beating the living crud out of the Cardinals this week, too. I think we need to keep an eye on the Pirates.
All right. I'll keep an eye on them.
I mean, they're still not very good. But
Oh. Well, then maybe I won't keep an eye on them.
They could. Yeah. They shut them out today. They shut them out yesterday. And, of course, you got to go back a month. And they wow!
They shut them out again?
Okay, so here's your scores. Let's add them up. 9-1 over the Mets, 9-2 over the Mets. So it's now 18-3, 30-4.
Wait, they outscored them 30-4 in a game?
30-4. I'm just doing the
But you're doing it without us.
30-4. 37-4.
My goodness.
38-4. 43-4. The Pirates have won their last 6 games 43-4 by a cumulative score of 43-4.
And has Paul Skeens pitched yet?
Yeah, he pitched either yesterday or Monday. So yeah, he was in the middle of it. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they still draw 3 people to their games, which is sad because they have a nice ballpark.
They have an awesome ballpark.
It's beautiful.
Awesome ballpark.
Well, anyway, welcome to the Grum, everyone.
Hello.
It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
Mm.
Coming up on the show today, it's a thing we call the Grum Down. It's brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm.
We've got some information on for whom the rule tweet was intended.
Do we really?
I believe so.
What?
Recruiting is on fire.
Mm.
This is for the one commenter in the YouTube comment section that wonders why we don't do recruiting flash.
Yes.
So we'll just cover it all in one shot with Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 because that's what he does. He covers recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
And they've had a good last few days. Why is the SEC so much better at PR than the Big Ten?
Oh, that's a good question.
President C will join us today, Marty Cordaro.
What a get. Nice get, Joey.
The Storm Chasers get to be home for the 4th, which means there's probably going to be a lot of fireworks.
Yes, as there always are.
The really cool kind.
What are the really cool kinds?
Well, the ones done by professionals.
The more
where all you have
professional-
to do is sit there and watch, and then you can leave and not have to pick up the mess
I do like
or
those.
deal with traumatized
Don't have to see,
pets or small children.
don't witness tragedy.
Don't witness tragedy. There will be no tragedy. It will just be fun times.
In the NIL today,
Yeah.
the front loaders. We got some interesting numbers.
There has been a lot of stuff about this lately.
Yeah, we're 2 days into. By the way,
Uh-huh.
congratulations to all those new rich college kids who have never, ever, ever received money before. We're playing college athletics. It's day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Today's Bigelow Memorial topic, a new Pac-12 and
Yes.
a proposed conference trade.
Oh,
Ooh.
I like this idea. I like doing conference trades.
Can we trade Purdue out of the Big Ten?
Nice.
We can take them to the Sleepy Conference.
Mm.
Take them to the Maction?
Actually, Purdue and the Maction would work.
You think so?
Who would we take out of the Maction?
Actually,
you know what?
Toledo.
We'll do it for a player to be named later.
UMass is rejoining the MAC.
Or cash considerations, because, the Big Ten is so poor. They don't have enough money, which is why they won all those playing games.
Okay.
So we'll just trade to Purdue to the MAC for, what do you say?
Extra cash.
$20?
I was going to say cents, but yeah, we can make it dollars. We can be a little nicer. That works for me.
It's Dumb Debates Day.
Yeah, which is a kind of a precursor to Topic Alert Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a nice little warm-up. It's like stretching out the vocal cords.
Send in your dumb debates and use the hashtag.
Yeah.
Dumb Debates into the Equitable Bank inbox.
We got some good
John
ones.
at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Yeah, it's okay. You can use hashtags on them in the email if you want.
Sure. I got an email. We got an email earlier that we really liked.
Yes.
So we'll use that later on.
Red Panda down and red-faced Kevin.
Oh, no.
And also, you don't have it on the sheet, but somebody that covers college football says Nebraska could be this year's version of Indiana.
Didn't I put that on prediction? Did I put that on the list? What did I put on the list recently? Didn't I put something like that on the list?
You might have, which
I
is
don't
why
remember.
immediately when I heard this person say it, I thought, oh my God.
And it's day baseball, though most of the games are almost done, which means we won't have much day baseball unless this Boston-Cincinnati game goes into extras.
Sad.
We need to really work on these folks in terms of like timing their games out better.
Yes.
Like have them.
Yeah.
And I get it. Some of them are double headers. And, you know, back in the day, baseball, when they had double headers, they would play a game and then they would
just turn around and play
turn
again,
the
right?
field around. And 45 minutes later, they would play a second game.
It was almost like a College World Series when there's not enough time in between games. Yeah.
Now they schedule a game at like noon.
And then they play at 7.
And then they chase everybody out of the stadium.
That's not a doubleheader.
And they make them come back again for a night game.
That's not a doubleheader. That is 2 games on the same day.
Yeah.
They need to rebrand that. 2 games on the same day.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Just like ESPN can't call their Monday night crap a doubleheader. It's a not doubleheader.
It's a not doubleheader.
Because the games overlap.
God, Joey. How many not doubleheaders do we have this year?
I say 4.
4? And then we actually have a couple real doubleheaders. Like there's a couple where it's like
week 2 is a real doubleheader.
It's like 6 and 9. Nice. Yeah. And there's another one like that. But yes, there are the not doubleheader doubleheaders.
There is a week where there's just ABC, ESPN, and then there's just a ESPN Plus.
ESPN
exclusive.
Plus, yes.
We need to.
Poor Falcons.
That'll be my first.
Poor Falcons.
That'll be one of my. I got many things I'll do, but one of the first things I'll do as commissioner of the NFL is you get one game on Monday. That's it.
One game on Monday.
One game on Monday. That's it.
I do not like how ESPN kind of go back and forth with both games on a particular channel. They'll go to the double.
Oh, the stupid double box.
Yeah, the double box.
Just give me one game.
Especially if your team's playing and you have to sit.
Well, that won't be a
to the
problem
TV.
with my commissionership.
You can sit closer
Vote
to the
for
TV.
John.
It'll be different. It'll be you get one game on Monday night.
Could you hire me to be a part of your NFL if you're the commissioner?
You got to hire me because I'm making the schedule.
I mean, yes, but Joey, I can do stuff too. I can do the official NFL podcast. I love the NFL. That's what I'll say over and over. Want me to do the official podcast of the NFL?
I don't know, John.
I'll need to see
Joey!
your resume. I'll need to see your resume.
We'll
find a job for you.
Okay.
In my NFL.
Okay.
You can be my official liaison to the Cowboys. Where you'll come to my office and I'll say, hey, tell Jarrah he's a dumbass. And then I'll put you on a plane and you'll fly to Dallas. And you'll walk into Jarrah's office and say, hey, Jarrah, Commissioner John says you're a dumbass.
Actually, I like this idea.
And then you get to fly back.
This actually sounds really good. That's frequent flyer miles, which is great.
Yep.
And I get to call Jerry Jones a dumbass.
Yep.
Get a tomato every time.
I'm in on this.
Okay.
You know?
You can be my
I'm going to ask
official
him what
liaison
word
to the
he said
Cowboys.
back in Arkansas in the 50s. I'll ask him that too. I'll find out the answer. Taylor wants to know what happened to Grimm. Nick Grimm is on vacation this week. He's on staycation
I
this
guess
week.
we've never established that this week, have we?
Yeah.
I mean, he'd mentioned it last week, but
he's gone.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
Just disappeared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll be back.
But I'm here.
He just liked the tweet that showed a picture of Joey saying, I have a safe full of cash. So he's alive. I think he saw the new
Great
F1 movie.
picture.
Great picture. I would agree. Getting married, says Aaron Papillion. No, his marriage is his wedding's not till next year. Because they're doing like an actual wedding. Shout out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like with people and everything.
With people.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't
Our boys all grown up.
Well, let's hope they don't do anything inappropriate.
Well, you never know. You never know.
I mean, it is Nick.
Yeah. Mark says it's called a day-night doubleheader.
Yes, I know. I know
don't
what it's
like
called, but I think we should call it playing 2 games on the same day.
Yeah, I would agree.
You're playing 2 games on the same day. It is
That's
not a double.
doubleheader.
It is not a doubleheader. A doubleheader is boom, boom.
Correct.
That's it. Just
First
boom, boom.
game, and then the first game's done, and then you get the second game starting right up.
Yep.
There you go.
Aaron and Papillion comments on the YouTube. If you didn't know, Nick is engaged. Just ask him. Yeah, he'll tell you about it.
Yeah, he will.
He'll tell you about it.
He will tell you.
Mhm.
He even bought a ring and everything.
Wow.
402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the Prairie Fire Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget, during Topic Alert Day tomorrow, we're doing comments only.
Oh, yeah.
Only comments.
Comments are, that's right. It's only comments.
Only comments.
Only comments.
Yeah.
So you can practice by sending text to Josh at 402-951-1620 or just comment in the YouTube comment section, which is where only comments originates.
Yeah.
But that's tomorrow. Maybe that's the segment we can do when Connor's off getting his nose hair trimmed.
Good idea.
Or whatever it is he's doing.
Dude, my nose hair trimmer broke. It died.
You're talking about the one with the little cylindrical. Those things do not work.
Correct. It died.
Well, but they don't work, period.
Oh, no, mine
Even when they work,
mine worked. It trimmed it.
It never gets anything.
I did.
I don't think I've ever successfully trimmed a hair.
It's annoying. So now I
just
pull
use a
out my
regular
hairs.
one. I just usually just use and it just stretch my nostril. I go,
Yeah,
"Ah."
it just it hurts. I wish that
Very irritating.
I wish that I could put like some sort of a glue and just rip all of them out forever.
Just put them on a Q-tip and just put them
Yes.
What are you talking about? A Brazilian wax for your nose?
Yes. God, that sounds amazing.
Thinking that might cause some problems, like with
Why?
your sinuses. I don't know. Maybe it cause some problems with your sinuses.
I don't think so. I think I'd be fine.
I mean, if you want to try it, but I wouldn't.
I mean, I'm not going to. I just want to. Matthew says just buy a box full of matches. Light my nose hair on fire?
That sounds worse than the Brazilian nose wax.
Yeah, that could hurt. Ooh,
Will you get your hair manicured in a landing strip?
Maybe I could. Maybe I could.
Inside your nose.
Aaron and Papillion, dumb debates, most worthless body hair. I hate nose hairs. What is the purpose
I think
of them?
isn't there supposed to be a function like they aren't they supposed to like help catch like things from going into your nose?
Probably. What's the purpose of ear hair? Is it just the same thing?
I think.
So then my question will be, but why do you not have ear hair when you're a kid? If it's that important.
I don't know.
Yeah, I hate that crap. Ear hair is, I don't think I have any yet, but you know.
I'm still amazed that we still have people in this world who they have the kind of nose hair where if they blow their nose, it looks like a party favor.
Yeah.
Where it's just like.
Those people are called grandfathers.
I know, but it's like.
They're called old. You're getting there.
I know. Yeah. I understand that, but.
Party time in John's nose. Do you want to go to the John party?
I don't want to have nose hair that big.
I know. Nobody does.
You could end up like getting a piece of hair stuck inside your fingernail when you're up there picking your nose.
Ow.
Ow, oh my God, what is that? It's like a porcupine.
Yeah. Now
I especially don't like ear hair.
I don't think I have any yet, but you know, I'll get there.
Oh, I mean, you probably do. You just don't
Just
see
not
it.
the kind that's like the grandpa ear hair.
I get like one that just kind of, it's like a lone ranger.
Around.
And all of a sudden, and the problem is, with my very light colored hair, it's hard for me to see. So if I'm looking really close to the mirror, it's like, and then you see this one little straggler just hanging out there. Just one little piece of ear hair.
You just.
It's Connor.
You got to clean.
By the way, there is something called nose waxing, and you do indeed put. Here it is from Amazon. You put this thing up there, and then I guess you rip it out. All right, it's only $6.99. I kind of want to try this. Let's see. What
try
does it
it during
like?
the crossover.
Do it for
Maybe
the bit.
I should
do it for the bit.
I'm trying to figure out what it does.
Well, I'm guessing it does what it says it does, or at least it purports to do.
All right, cool. That sounds fun.
Oh boy, do it for the bit.
Thank you to listener John for that.
Well,
in the Equitable Bank inbox.
In the Equitable Bank inbox, which I already mentioned, is John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Yeah, you mentioned everything.
I did. Everything.
You did a great job.
Everything has been mentioned. Everything has been plugged.
Nice.
Now all we need to do is
talk to Mike Schaefer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's do it next on 1620 The Zone.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Josh, discovering during the break that the Jet Awards
Yes!
are going to be included in the EA Sports College Football video game. I want to make a request.
What's that?
That if your player wins a Jet Award, that on the screen it shows AI Michael Severe handing the Jet Award to whoever your player is. I think that would be kind of a cool little touch. I mean, I know it's called the Jet Awards because of Johnny Rogers.
Yes.
But come on, we all know who the real star is behind that thing.
Michael Severe.
It's Michael Severe.
Oh, yeah.
And then they can have in the recruiting section, when you go out and go recruiting, you can have exclusive recruiting analysis by 24/7 Sports Mike Schaefer.
Nice. That's our guest right now.
Schaefer, would you like to be in the EA Sports game? I've just volunteered you for it.
Yeah, I mean, all I would really need is just a free copy sent to me. They don't have to give me any money. Just give me it doesn't have to be an NIL deal like the college kids will get with $1,000 or whatever it is now. Just send me a free copy of the PS5 game, and that's really all I need. Then you can use my name, image, likeness, however you'd like with the recruiting.
I have to imagine that they can make that happen.
Well, I could.
Probably not now. I think the game's about to be shipped. We probably missed the boat on 2025.
They could give you the free copy, though. I bet they could do that part.
Yeah. I mean, I had, at one point in time in my life, Max Olson and I had figured out how to get advanced copies of games and then review them for the newspaper, for the Daily Nebraskan.
Wow.
And so I think between us, we had gotten NCAA football, Madden, FIFA, NBA. Maybe Max got a boxing game. It was a pretty good
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Nice little run for us in 2009.
Well, I think you and Brunson and BC, you should put your heads together and you should do the same. Hey, well, we're doing this for 24/7, which is a much bigger outlet than the Daily Nebraskan was back in the day.
You'd be surprised, though. Just the people in that sort of industry, or really any industry, have a lot more belief and trust in a newspaper than they do on anything that gets posted online. Even still in 2020.
Still in 2025?
Yeah. If you've never heard of 24/7 Sports, it just sounds like a fly-by-night, website. There's a lot of blogs and everything else that exists. So now, if I said it was for CBS Sports, that would work better. The problem is I'm not a CBS Sports employee, and they probably have someone already doing that. So not only would it cause an issue for me, I'd probably cause an issue for that person. And then, who knows where it leads.
Well, maybe you could promise your Paramount Plus login.
Oh,
you could share your Paramount Plus login.
I used Schaef, the Paramount Plus login last week to watch Arrival for the first time in a few years. What a movie. I love that movie.
How often would you say you use Paramount Plus?
I use it, I would say, at the very least once a month. But I use it. Yeah. I think I use it. We use it for the movie club every handful of weeks.
Yeah. And
there are some shows on there. I rewatched Mission Impossible before I went and saw the new one.
I watch every CBS network sport on Paramount Plus because the picture is so much better.
Yeah, that's true.
Than the HD I get from the cable. Mm-hmm. So much better.
I feel like you could do this as a dumb debates later if you still do dumb debates. I don't know. Did those die?
It's not dead.
No, it's alive and well, Schaef.
No, Josh hasn't killed it yet.
You could. I find myself curious because if you assume Netflix is the thing that most people use for streaming,
yeah,
and then number 2 is probably Hulu,
HBO Max.
I guess. And I'm not counting YouTube TV here. Or
yeah.
I'm throwing them out. They don't count in this discussion. Because they're not making their own original content. Who is sort of third in that space? Because I think maybe Hulu's second.
You don't think HBO's app?
I don't know what to do with Max. I'm not sure. And now it's back to being HBO Max, I think.
Because HBO, I mean, it's insanely popular. And also on the HBO Max app, you have all sorts of random stuff. You know, you have the Turner stuff, you have Discovery Channel, but you have all the HBO classic shows, new shows.
Is HBO insanely popular, or is it just something that's been a part of your life for a really long time?
It's very popular.
I don't know that the ratings bear that out, though, or even stream ratings bear that out. Like certain shows, absolutely, you know, when they get the Game of Thrones or the whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what do you think the rehearsal does in terms of streaming numbers?
Well, that doesn't do very well, but Schaef, I just Googled this. White Lotus's finale drew 6.2 million viewers. I mean, that's a pretty good audience for a
2025. That's actually a remarkably high audience.
Yeah, exactly. So I think HBO, I bet that app still does really well. But I would say this in defense of Hulu, we cannot underestimate that they have partnerships with multiple broadcast networks. Well, I guess they used to. Now MDC has its own thing. But they have ABC shows that you can watch the next day, which is quite the perk if you're a Hulu subscriber.
Yeah.
And they also Disney Plus is the answer. I was going to
say Disney Plus if we were overlooking that one. And then you have a lot of people that have Prime, but I think they have Prime more for the shipping than they do for, at least that's my rationale of having it.
Yeah, that's why we have it. We have Prime Video because we have Amazon Prime.
Then I'm like, okay, so we've now ran through a few of these, but you still have Apple Plus, you still have Paramount Plus, you still have Peacock. Much to the chagrin of one Jack Mitchell, you still very much have Peacock.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is easily the best $20 I spend every year because your wife alerted me to the fact that they have a Black Friday deal. And so got Peacock for $20.
Nice.
After that, like what? So is it AMC Plus? Would that be like the next one?
Yeah, you're starting to get into territory where I don't even have the streaming services.
Okay, so I'm looking at this. It's a
subscriber numbers.
That's a fun question. What's the most obscure streaming service you have?
Sundance. Oh, that I have.
Ooh,
I mean none. A Peacock probably.
Oh, obscure. Peacock's
that's not.
No, I know. So then the answer is none. I have. I have subscription to podcasts. That would probably be pretty obscure.
One in the comments says BTN Plus, and that's very obscure. So obscure in that they have their like payment processing centers in other countries, and it shut my wife's credit card down one year.
Oh.
Yikes.
According to this article, which is a big article from explodingtopics.com.
Cool.
But I mean,
they could get the reviews and the advanced copies from EA Sports, no problem.
Absolutely.
Topics.com.
Netflix has 1.2 billion monthly visits.
Good God.
The next nearest is Disney Plus at 240 million monthly visits, followed closely by Prime Video at 218, HBO Max at 179. And then it's another steep drop off down to Hulu at 77 million.
Wow.
Then Paramount Plus 43, Peacock 28.
Wow, Paramount kicking Peacock's ass, Schaef. Congrats to you.
Apple 27. And then Discovery Plus 6.6.
Why not just go to HBO Max Discovery Plus, people?
Which I think we'll probably be doing. And this might be like a year-old deal, but yeah, interesting.
I wonder how much of that is because Netflix is one of the few global streaming.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
that's a big reason why. Huge reason.
If you're in India, you might be watching Netflix, but you're sure as hell not subscribed to Peacock.
Right.
They have, as of 2025, Netflix has over 300 million subscribers worldwide. Like, that is an insane number of people that pay for that service.
Yeah.
It is so ubiquitous. Everybody is chasing second place. They're not even chasing first.
Well, meanwhile,
they're chasing second place. They're just chasing a number that's still substantially lower.
Yes.
And, add those all up, you're not even at Netflix, right?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, you'd probably have to add up multiple streaming services.
I'm guessing there's some recruitniks out there that are screaming at their radios. What are you doing? You should be talking about Larry Miles.
All right.
Or Leon Noyle.
Let's get to it, John.
Well, let's get to it. We'll start in reverse order because Larry Miles came in last night. Wide receiver, 3-star wide receiver. How in your view does he differ from maybe some of the other wideout commits of the Rule era?
Well, he's probably more closely aligned with like a Ja'Cory Barney, just when you look at the overall size. But I think even then, that's a little bit of a disservice to both of those players because Larry Miles is a very good pure wide receiver. Like he is a guy who's going to run routes really well. He's a guy who's only really played wide receiver and was a kick returner, punt returner. Ja'Cory Barney played every position under the sun in high school. I mean, he's lined up at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, would be split out, would be, in the slot, play defensive back, was a kick returner, punt returner. So Ja'Cory Barney falls into being a slot wide receiver almost because that's where it's most likely to generate the most value. Larry Miles is like a slot wide receiver because that's just how he's been his football career. Like, so it's just different in terms of the style that those guys are, but they're easy comparisons in that they're both from Florida. They're both more quick than they are straight fast. And I think they're dangerous players. I mean, I think part of Larry Miles is even after he catches a football, he has the ability to make people miss and get huge chunk plays. I mean, he had 68 catches for 1,204 yards and 10 touchdowns last year. In his first year playing at a high level because he transferred up to Orlando Jones High School. They made the state finals, so he was a big part of that. So I think he's a nice combination of athletic, but he's not physically threatening in the way that, he's 5'10". Like, I think that's the biggest knock on him. If he was, and, maybe he's closer to 5'11", 6 foot, whatever. But if he was 6'2", and doing what he's doing, he would be unquestionably a top 15 wide receiver by everybody in the country. So, in Nebraska, I think one of my coworkers at 24/7, Andrew Ivins, has kind of pointed this out. Nebraska, for as traitsy as they are, when it comes to all of these other positions, have pulled in a couple guys in Cortez Mills and now Larry Miles that are just straight pure wide receivers. Like, they're not track athletes. They're not, and so I think Isaiah Mosey is in that sort of category, but he might end up playing a different position altogether this year because Nebraska might need him somewhere else. He might get on the field at running back faster than he would at wide receiver. So I find that kind of a fascinating sort of thought from the evaluation world that, all we do is talk about how Matt Rule is obsessed with certain traits and that they want track times and all of this. And then you have, Larry Miles and Cortez Mills, who are really, really good wide receivers, but do it in sort of a different way than when Nebraska was recruiting Bryce Turner or, Jalen Lloyd or something to that effect.
Schaef, last month, for the last month now that, there's even been commits into July, what letter grade would you give Nebraska in terms of filling the needs they have and the level of players that they've been able to land?
I think it's a C plus for me. I mean, I know that Nebraska is hot now, and I think people are excited about that, and they should be excited about that. But at the same time, we're talking about a 12-person class, really probably 11. Devon Bonwell-Witt, we have him in the class, but we're not entirely projecting he's going to sign with Nebraska. So it's a situation where you have 11 commitments, but you don't have any on your defensive line. You have right now 4 offensive wide receivers, so that's more than half your class there. Throw in Luke Sorensen and Dayton Raiola and Jamal Rule. That's 9 guys on offense. And you have Jace Reynolds and Danny Odom on defense. So Nebraska still got, I think, plenty to do or to try to add. And whether that's going to be, trying to get Calvin Thomas later this month. Devin Jackson decides tomorrow. He's 4-star safety that I'm hearing a lot of Oregon and Nebraska. Miami sounds like they're out. LSU sounds like they're out. He's already decommitted from Florida. So I think Oregon and Nebraska are the teams to watch there. If you continue to add, it's only going to go up. But, they're still 65th in the country. They're still, sitting at 11, 12 commits, however you want to do the math on it. And there's still some needs that haven't been addressed. Like, I don't think they want to go this whole cycle without getting a defensive lineman. But I also know that they don't want to just take someone to take them. So it's got to be someone that's an actual target of theirs. And that's where the upcoming 2025 season, you win some games, you get a real opportunity to get the spatula out and try to start flipping people.
Nice.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. What is the best part of the Claude Mpuma acquisition? I mean, obviously, Nebraska was in with a lot of heavy hitters. He's 4-star rated, but he's also big. I mean, he's got size.
Yeah, for me, the best part is that he's sort of a rare get for Nebraska on the offensive line. I talked with Josh about this on our podcast the other day, but there's not a lot of people with his physical traits that Nebraska's landed as offensive linemen that are also sort of highly ranked and expected to be in the conversation as an NFL, tackle down the road. A lot of Nebraska's best offensive linemen have been swing guys that are playing tackle in college that end up as guards in the NFL. Claude Puma, if this goes how Nebraska wants and he develops how they want him to develop, that's an unquestioned left tackle for your future, like a cornerstone at that spot. And I can't really think of a lot of guys that Nebraska's recruited where you sort of have said that, where they have that athleticism and are really raw. And so you know that there's a little bit of development and growth that have to happen, but are also just physically imposing and clearly classic left tackle size and all of that. I just think he's almost kind of a unicorn in recruiting for Nebraska to be a top 247 recruit, but also someone that raw with that kind of physical upside. I mean, at the tackle spot, that's a position people were paying millions of dollars for group of 5 starters in the portal this past year. So to go out and get offensive linemen on the front end that you think have the chance to develop and play for you for years, you're effectively saving yourself the headache, the stress, and the money of having to go into the portal and try to reload for your offensive line each year. I think that's why, regardless of what class number size are, it's always valuable to take offensive linemen if you think they're good enough to play for you, because you are going to have to spend so much money in the portal to try to get a quality starter for you. And even then, when they were chasing the New Mexico State guy, who I think ended up at Kentucky, Schaef Pete, but you just don't know how that's going to transition from New Mexico State to Nebraska when you're playing Michigan on September 20th. You feel a little bit better about Elijah Pritchett and Rocco Spindler because they played in some big football games and have played at a higher level, but you're going to have to pay for that. That's as, other than quarterback, about as expensive as it gets in the portal these days.
Schaef, I wanted to ask you about something we discussed on the 24/7 pod this week, and that was interest level in recruiting now versus, maybe what it was a decade ago. I was thinking about it this morning, because this is a topic that has really interested me over the last few years. And I wonder
interested you more than the actual recruiting has interested you?
Honestly, yes. And so let me lay this out and see if you agree or disagree. And I can open this up to the room as well. I think a decade ago, and certainly 15 years ago, in the heart of the Bo Pelini era, the team, because it hadn't been that long since the glory days, it hadn't been that long since they were competing for conference championships, that recruiting seemed like such an important piece because it was the last frontier. Like, they coached pretty well, right? Like, they won some games, but if they were going to take that next step, they needed to get better at recruiting. Now, though, the next step is they've got to make bowl games, and I think we would all collectively agree they have done a good enough job to make bowl games in terms of recruiting. They have just done such a bad job at coaching. Do you think that is a part of it, is that for a while it was they have to do this better if they're going to compete for championships, but no one would say today they have to recruit better if they're going to get to bowl eligibility. They just have to be a better program in general. I wonder if you think I'm onto something here.
Yeah, I think some of it is, how often do you want to follow something year in and year out if the results that come out of the people that they get aren't any better than they were a couple years before. I mean, they were on an 8-year run of being a 5-win team at max and still put together top 25 recruiting classes. Now, the problem was those classes were not being developed, or guys were leaving, and so you didn't have the best players from some of them. So it wasn't like you were running out the most talented team. But yeah, I think it's hard to get excited about recruiting when the football team isn't winning games. So I think that's part of it. I think some of it now with the transfer portal is
definitely
how much interest do you want to put into a high school recruit? Like, let's say Claude Puma, huge victory for Nebraska. If we're sitting here today on July 2nd, 2025, how many seasons before Claude Puma is a potential contributor at left tackle for Nebraska? So you're excited on June 30th that they got him, but he's probably not going to play for you until 2028. And that's on an optimistic timeline where the redshirt year, and then maybe he contributes on goal line or on special teams as a redshirt freshman in 27. And then in 2028, lo and behold, this is your starting left tackle, and he's kicking everyone's ass. Hooray, hooray. 2028 is 3 years from now. I am incredibly good at that math. Now till July 2nd, it's 3 years. And so that, like,
you'll be 40.
Thank you. As excited as anyone can be about recruiting, you have to also acknowledge, like, it is a long-term thing. Like, and the transfer portal is not. If you're excited about Elijah Pritchett, you get to see what he looks like this fall. You get to yell about him pancaking someone or giving up a sack immediately on Thursday when they play Cincinnati. There's just more of a instant gratification of the transfer portal that high school recruiting does not bring about. And so I think that's a part of it. And then, right or wrong, I mean, Nebraska has just been merely good to okay at high school recruiting. Like, if they were recruiting at the level that they were under Bill Callahan and sort of winning games, and if they were Tennessee, like Tennessee puts together a top 10 class every year. Yep. And sometimes they're a really good football team, and sometimes they're the biggest dumpster fire in all of college athletics. And their fan base is always fired up about it because they live in the extremes. Yep. If you are like Nebraska under Bo Pelini and you're constantly going 9-4, or Nebraska the last 8 years and you're constantly going 5-7 or worse, it's sort of hard to get fired up about recruiting as well. There's just, Nebraska just fans haven't had a lot of reasons to get as excited about it in the way that maybe they were when Mike Riley was here in 2017 and you thought they were on the precipice of bringing in all this talent. And how many times can you touch a hot stove and then, eventually you learn your lesson, right?
Yeah.
So there's just a lot that I think goes into it. But if Nebraska starts winning football games, they're able to flip some of these recruits in the 26 class with Trey Taylor involved in 27, and a lot of these guys already having been out to Nebraska, and some of the names like an Ahmad Hudson and some of these other ones, I think that can also help spur some of the enthusiasm too.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaef, go find yourself an obscure streaming service and subscribe to it.
Yes.
Help out their numbers.
Yes.
No, I have subscribed to MLB TV, and that provides me obscure and bad baseball every day that I watch Cleveland struggle to score 3 runs. So
I thought last night was fine.
Are
I don't know what
your
you're complaining.
teams playing?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Schaef.
Yeah.
I specifically wanted to represent, even though I don't particularly enjoy watching them right now.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, we had to wait to play someone who has a sub 500 record before we start playing well again.
Interesting.
With that said, Cleveland will probably win tonight.
Okay, good luck
against it.
Okay. Bet of the day returns at the end of today's show.
Bet of the day. Schaef, have a good 4th.
All right, Joey, take care of that cash. Don't let anyone get near your safe.
No, I better make sure people don't follow me home.
Bye, Schaef.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. We can discuss that question and have more as we continue. Also, President C will be joining us at the bottom of the hour.
Nice.
The
dumb debate.
Storm Chasers tried to come back. We were watching the end of the game there a minute ago.
I saw a dropped baseball.
Yeah,
that was by one of your guys.
Yeah, it was.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But Storm Chasers will be in town this weekend for the 4th of July.
Wow.
1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum. So you asked that question of Mike Schaefer about recruiting and interest in recruiting.
Yeah,
and it is different. I mean, the transfer portal certainly has changed a lot of that. I also think the downturn in fortunes. I know this sounds weird because normally when your franchise or your team is on a downturn, the acquisition of players
that's
is
what
the
you
one
have to
thing,
look forward to.
right, is okay, so how are we going to make this better? What kind of players are we going to get to make this better?
Yeah.
But in a weird way, I almost think that the downturn in fortunes, and I'm going several years, I'm not just talking about, the last couple, I'm just talking in general, has probably led to a little bit of pessimism, simply because unlike professional sports, where if your team is willing to spend, you can go out and buy really good players.
Mm-hmm.
Or you have the draft, which if your team sucks, it means typically you're drafting higher. So your ability to get better players happens earlier. But with recruiting, it's different. While success can breed success on the recruiting trail, it's not always a guarantee. And sometimes when you're kind of down and out, it makes you a less attractive destination for kids, especially if you're used to competing with certain teams. Nebraska's used to being on the same recruiting level as, I'm just using names as an example, but Florida and Ohio State and Alabama and Michigan.
Yeah.
And you keep losing to those teams because those teams seemingly either have just better success going for them or better things to sell. So I think some of the downturn in the lack or the interest in recruiting is also based on how the team has done.
Yeah, and the reason I keep asking about it and thinking about it is because I don't think that the answer is as easy as the portal, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I sensed this before the portal became the portal.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it, look, it hit red hot in the Callahan era. I think it re-peaked probably a little bit lower, though, maybe not, in the early part of the Mike Riley era. But now we're a decade removed from that time period. He was, at this time, 10 years ago, Mike Riley was 2 months from his first game as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say since then, it's just kind of been this slow trickle. And you're right. It's so interesting because in professional sports, your team sucks. Now, part of that is you're bad, you get a top pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, sweet, I'm at the top of the draft. College sports don't work that way, but Nebraska has still hung out in the same area.
Yeah.
That is the most unique part about all of this. And that's why, my theory that I proffered with Schaefer was, yeah, they're struggling, but they're not struggling in a way in which they were a decade ago. Back then it was, they got to recruit better if they're going to win a conference title. And now, remember we did all those exercises about how well of a recruiter Tom Osborne was and comparing it to the Bo Pelini era. Well, now I don't ever think about it as much because it's like besides the point at this moment in time. Not that recruiting isn't important, because it is. It's the lifeblood of a program.
Sure it is.
But it's I don't view their issues on the field lately as a recruiting issue. Do they need more talented players? Of course they do. But the reason that they have gone 3-9 and 4-8 and 5-7 is not because of poor recruiting. It's because of poor coaching, poor development, in-game, management, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, and maybe some of it too is it almost feels like you are, because back when recruiting was really hot, just a handful of people, had like the inside information. So it felt like there was something that was kind of being hidden. And now, someone commits, you can see it on social media. And so maybe part of this is a perception thing as well, in that, 20 years ago, you had to wait to hear, what Sean Callahan or someone was reporting on, and it made it more, exciting.
Did make it bigger.
Right. Now
it's just a tweet.
Yeah, it's a tweet and everyone retweets it, and then you see it and it's like, oh, okay, we move on to the next one.
See this guy in 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So some of it too is in the way it's covered as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as we mentioned, we were just watching the Storm Chasers a moment ago. They were finishing up their series they are in the process of finishing up their series in Des Moines, so that they can come back here and play the same team.
Nice.
The Iowa Cubs. Marty Cordaro, President C, your president and general manager of the Omaha Storm Chasers. What's up? presidency.
How we doing?
Lovely. How are you? Are you watching the forecast for Friday?
Well, yes. We do that for every game. We treat them all the same, Josh.
Great
Not
answer.
really, but yeah, of course we are. But the weather,
it's looking good.
It is. But the forecast changed day by day. I didn't think we were supposed to get the amount of rain we got this morning.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But that's the time of the year we're in, and it's going to be warm. It's going to be humid on and off, and we're going to have pop-ups on and off. It's that time of year, and but we're excited. We're not normally home on the 4th. I was counting the other day. I think this is the 5th 4th of July that we've been home versus being July 3rd since I've been in Omaha. This is my 19th, game and show.
Really?
So,
that is?
Yeah. Generally the 3rd, and just for us, the 3rd historically has been a better date because everybody's off work on the 4th. However, this year's a little different with the 4th being on a Friday.
Yeah.
And we're tracking very similar ticket sales to the last couple of years. And last year was our all-time over 9,300, largest crowd we've had at Werner for any event. And then obviously the year before that, we sold out in 2023. So. It's an exciting time. And, John, you mentioned the Cubs. We're in the middle of a 6-game, 3-3 split homestand. And this is the last time the Cubbies come this year, though, which is a little disappointing. Usually we get them 12 games minimum. We've had them, 15 or even 18 games over a year, but only 9 games this year. So if you're a Cubbies fan and they've got a lot of great prospects that'll be here, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, these are your last 3 dates to get to see them at Werner Park in 25.
Not that, and I don't know if you can speak to this. I do wonder. I'm going back to when I was growing up, when they were still the Royals and playing at Rosenblatt Stadium. It always seemed like they were in town on the 4th of July, but I wonder how much of that was because they had to be gone for 2.5 weeks for the World Series, and they got
like a reward.
They got a reward to come back on the other side. They're playing on July 4th. But now that obviously you guys are in separate ballparks, you don't have to worry about, any schedule restrictions.
Yeah. I don't know, obviously before 07, I wouldn't have a lot of that history, but yeah, you had a compressed June and back into June, beginning of July schedule. So I'm not sure of all the particulars, but yeah, it's just the way the schedule has fallen, in recent years, and everybody's asking me about next year because they want to know when the 3rd and the 4th are. We have no idea. We haven't gotten our 26 schedule. Can we just play July 4th of 2025 first?
Yeah.
But next year's the 250th, birthday of the country, and there's a lot of interest already for next year on what we're going to be doing as an organization, and we're eager for that as well. But we'll cross that bridge after this weekend.
So what do we have planned? I mean, obviously you've done the Fireworks Fridays before, but this is a little bit different. So what is in the planning stages? What do fans have to look forward to on the 4th?
It's the independent show, which FNBO sponsors each year. This is our largest of the year, obviously. It'll be, I think it's about a 17-minute show. We do allow fans to come out and invite fans, I should say, to come out to the outfield and come out there, and it's awesome to see kids and families come out on the field and watch the show, from center field, left field, right field, wherever they sit. So we will continue that tradition, and parking lot will open a little early, come out for tailgating, and we want people here early. There's a lot of construction on Omaha area roads, as we know right now, and, coming west from downtown is kind of tough when you're trying to get off, at the Giles and the Cabela's exit there. So, we're going to parking lot will be opening a little early. You can go to OmahaStormChasers.com for all the specific details, but it's going to be a fun night. It's going to be a really fun night. And obviously the music is themed and, in sync to the fireworks that night. And, we continue to work with J&M Displays as we have over the last, they predate me. So, I think we've been working with that club for about, with that fireworks company for about 30 years.
Marty, is the 4th, is Independence Day, and sometimes obviously the 3rd, like you mentioned earlier. Is this the game that people ask about most in the lead up to it throughout a season or before a season, just because they know what it could bring with the fireworks and everything else?
It is. Yeah. Look, this event wasn't started by us or even the folks that came before us. It was 1969, the first year of the franchise. John, you mentioned, growing up Omaha at Royals at Rosenblatt. This is a 57th straight year. Even in 2020, we had this show. It was tied with the College Summer Wooden Bat, the local league here in town. We worked with Joe Siwa that year. The show must go on mantra.
Yep.
And it wasn't tied to a professional baseball game, but we just felt like it needed to continue onward, and we were able to do that. We had crowd restrictions obviously that year in 2020, but no, this is it's Americana. Yes, baseball is as well, but this tradition, I don't know the length of time all the other fireworks have gone on, Ralston and others that are big in the metro, but this one is right up there, with the big 2 or 3 here in the metro area, and it's an exciting time. But yeah, people build their mini plan packages and their group outings around is the game on the 3rd or the 4th each year. This is kind of the big one, if you will, at Warner Park.
Nice.
And by the way, and I know the last time we talked to you, Marty, there was another major prospect that was just coming into town.
And then he was gone like that.
But Carter Jensen, who is another one of the top prospects in the Royals system, this is going to be his first weekend in Omaha, correct?
Yeah, it is. His first game at Warner Park will be Friday, and it is his first weekend. Yeah, he's a top catching prospect in all of minor league baseball, and his bat has been as hot as Jack's was when Jack started on the road at Salt Lake with the Chasers back in mid-May, late May. So this is another top flight prospect. Carter has an opportunity, like all these players, to continue to impress, to push for a call up at some point this year, especially with the offense that he's been providing. So yeah, check out Carter Jensen. Whether he's playing catcher, DHing, first base, I assume that Jersh and the Royals brass will continue to get him at bats and get him in the lineup. And again, as Josh so eloquently rubbed it in, yes, Jack wasn't here very long, and we hope Carter
Josh
is
terrible.
Here. No, I agree with him. Yes, I agree. We thought he was going to be here at least 2 or 3 weeks ourselves. But yeah, you never know how long these players are here, and it's a good reminder, Josh, for fans, if they want to see these top prospects, this is the opportunity. Starting on July 4th, and maybe it lasts a week. Maybe Carter's here the entire rest of the season. Who knows? But yeah, he's as hot as a firecracker, pun intended, right now. I think he hit another home run today. I think
he did.
4 in 3 games or 4 in 5 games, whatever it is. So I look forward to watching him play in person myself.
Yeah, he hit 2 yesterday against the I-Cubs, and he hit 1 today. And then you go back, so it's 1, 2, 3. I have to do the math, and that's very bad. Yeah, 4 in 5 games because he had one against Indianapolis last week. So he's on a tear. So it's another great prospect to see, as you mentioned, Marty, for those Cub fans. This is one chance, last chance to see the I-Cubs here in town. But and you got the fireworks as well. How do folks get in touch? What do we need to do to get this place full all weekend long?
Yeah, we have limited fixed seats left. Less than, I think, 400 was the count earlier today. We obviously have McDonald's Berm tickets still remaining, but 402-738-5100 is the ticket office number. Some people just want to talk to a live person. The ticket office is open from noon until 5. Be open noon until 5 today. And then you can always go to OmahaStormChasers.com. That's obviously 24/7. But if you want to talk to somebody, Stevie and the ticket office is here. They have been quite busy. So if you need to leave a voicemail, do that. They'll get right back to you. But no, this is also a day that, we have a lot of first-time fans that come out, people that are in from out of town visiting family. So if you're out there listening, if you have questions, just call us. We'll be glad to walk you through the ticket process. And then you can always come in person from noon until 5 to pick up tickets right here at the ticket office, right next to the team store.
And oh, by the way, the Chasers are in town for basically the next 2 weeks.
Awesome.
Until the Major League All-Star break. So they got Toledo coming in on next Tuesday. So
yeah, Tigers top team, and we all know the Tigers. What a season they're having.
Yeah.
So they'll be back. So Friday starts a 9-game homestand. That's a great point, John. And after that, there'll only be 4 6-game series left. It's hard to believe we're after July 13th.
Oh, don't you be like Josh and start counting down my summer already. Come on, man.
But it's exciting summer being a Cubs fan. It's going to be. I think
we're in first place, Josh. Marty, Josh is being
I
a smart
wouldn't
ass.
know, given how John whines about him every day.
No,
we're so bad. We always lose.
No, I did not say. I just said we need to trade for a bench player.
We need a whole new team. Is basically what you said.
A starting pitcher, a relief pitcher, and a bench guy. If we want to win the World Series, doesn't mean we still can't win our division.
Oh, okay. All right, that sounds about right. Hey, Marty, let me ask you. I'm going to be the 800th person before we let you go to ask you this question. Did you consider reaching out to John Oliver about the name change stuff? Or given that you guys have such a unique name, did you say, we're good?
Oh, no, we absolutely considered, and we absolutely reached out.
Nice.
Of course we did. And, that was awesome.
It was such a fun thing. And that he's actually going to the game later this month is going to be so cool too.
Look, Greg Coleman is a good friend of mine who runs Erie, and I was so excited that they got selected. And of course, selfishly, we wanted it to be Omaha, but it's great, and it really showcases the creativity, the blank slate, if you will, that we still do have to some degree. A lot has changed since 21 when MLB took us over, and we've talked about that many times on the show with you guys. But it still shows the opportunity that we have to be creative and to think local and to think big. So if there's any partners out there, that want to do creative, fun things in the metro area, do it right here at Warner Park. Call us, because these are the fun ideas. I mean, that's where Runza.
I was thinking of the Runza stuff. Yep.
I mean, that's where that came from. And, over time we've done the Omaha potholes and we've done the Omaha cattlemen and, so on and so forth. And, that's actually what I thought you were going to ask me about, though, the 800th person. When are you bringing Omaha Potholes Night back?
No, I'll let other people ask you that question. Though it would be very fitting right now. I mean, now it should be the Omaha Exploding Streets, given what's going on with the heat wave that we have here.
It could be. It could be. So hopefully that levels out soon. Yes, but indeed. No, that's cool. I look forward to seeing what happens in Erie, and John Oliver is such a great sport, and it's really his piece 8 weeks ago, whatever it was, really shined a light on obviously the exploding whales in Eugene and some of the other names and teams that they had there, but and that's another good buddy of mine, Alan Benavides. I mean, again, the creativity that's in our game this is where sports promotions come from.
Yes,
come from minor league baseball.
Yeah,
they go to college. Then they go to major league levels, and but this is the creative, this is the breeding ground and incubation ground, and we're proud of that. It's something this industry is very proud of.
Marty Cordaro, Omaha Storm Chasers. Get out there, OmahaStormChasers.com. Get your tickets. Yeah. Be there for this weekend. Cubs are in town. Toledo next. Have a great 4th of July, Marty. We always appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks for what you guys do. Be safe this summer, and come see us, John and Josh. Let me know when you want to come out.
All right.
Thank you, Marty.
That, right. That is Marty Cordaro, President and Grand Poobah, President C.
Does it all.
Of the Omaha Storm Chasers.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to look back. I didn't see the story, but apparently couple of Nebraska.
Oh, a Nebraska and a Creighton player
who are currently on the roster.
Bigelow tweeted about it on Sunday night.
Okay.
Wow, I did the thing that who made the confusion the other day. Padilla tweeted about it on Sunday night. Let's see. That would have been the 29th? Let's see. Yeah, so they did this bit where they interviewed here it was. Jake Holton and Max Anderson.
Okay.
So when they when they were chosen, last week tonight must have called the franchise and told them that it was going to be them. So they did this video where they went and asked all these players, like, what do you know about John Oliver? And those two players showed up, and the answers were like, I don't know who he is. One guy was like, I heard he's a foreigner. And so nobody knew who John Oliver was. And it was great because then they came back and Oliver did this thing. He's like, I can't believe they didn't know who I was. You know, Jay Colton, he went here. And Max Anderson was one of them like a conference player of the year or something like that. Big East player of the year in
I think Jake?
I think he was 2019 Big East player of the year because John Oliver mentioned it. He was like, that's Jake Colton, 2019 Big East player of the year. And that's Max Anderson. He went to Nebraska. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So a really awesome bit that they're doing. And yeah, they got a ton of suggestions.
Yeah.
We had Marty on around the time of the original piece, and I meant to ask him, and I just ran out of time. And so, given that they chose it this week,
it's the first time Big East baseball's ever been mentioned on HBO.
Yeah, because one of the things that he mentioned, like they had organizations that reached out, and he was like, "Your name is too good," and so that's why I wondered if Omaha would reach out because Storm Chasers is such a unique name. They have a great logo, you know.
Yeah, but the Erie Seawolves, that's pretty.
It's just boring. You know,
Seawolves?
Yeah, it's kind of boring.
How many Seawolves have you heard of
Space
before?
Man or Moon Mammoths is awesome though. Totally new.
I do like the creativity though of the minor leagues and the ability to lean into the uniqueness and the fun names.
Yes, correct.
It is pure family. I mean, in an era where it seems like a lot of in-person sports entertaining. I almost said sports entertainment. I don't mean it like professional wrestling, but in-person attendance.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like more and more times people are trying to take advantage of you because the prices keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
Minor league baseball is the one thing that is still stuck to its roots. It's still very affordable and it's still very family and fun centered.
Yeah, it's family forward. It's event forward.
And I get it. You know, it's not
bit
like
forward.
Yeah, it's not like there's diehard Storm Chasers fans or diehard iCubs fans in Des Moines, right? I mean, the teams are there. It's different than when you're a Chicago Cub fan where you're like, oh man, I hope the Cubs win today. But when people go to watch minor league baseball, it's about the game and it's about the fun.
Mm-hmm.
So
chasing the fun in the sun, you're going to have a good day.
That's the old
people
jingle.
used to say that.
That's the old jingle. It's a different jingle.
Let's see. John writes, we should send this to Marty. Instead of doing the Omaha potholes again, the Storm Chasers should become the Omaha Orange Barrels for a night to honor the fact that you can't drive anywhere in this town without encountering road work.
Yeah, that stuff going on the interstate, man. That is
You still dealing with that crap when you go home?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't it make you want to break your other wrist so then you don't have to come to Omaha for another month?
No.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
We need a helipad over here just so you just fly over the traffic.
Oh, man. Not a bad idea, Joey.
I do wonder if today and tomorrow will be worse because it's closer to the holiday and the traffic heats up.
Tomorrow is going to suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because everybody's on the move.
Though, you know what? Since 4th's on a Friday, I wonder if actually today could be the worst day. Where today is the day where people get out of town and tomorrow they're already out of town.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, so maybe today is the day you deal with hell. Good luck.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, while we're on the subject of fireworks real quick.
They're going to say hell.
No, not hell.
Oh, okay.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
What is it? What happened?
This happened in California yesterday.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Was there a baseball game?
No, there was a fire at a fireworks warehouse.
Oh, that's not good.
And yeah, she went up big time.
Oh, God.
She went up, and of course, now you can see all popping all over the place.
Oh, no.
This is in Esparto, California.
Oh.
Josh, I don't know if you can read that, but do you see what county this is in? No, you might not see.
Where is it at? Where's the county?
It's in so it's Esparto, California, which is in Yolo County.
Wait, where's YOLO at?
It'll show up on the graphic.
Okay,
up there,
I missed it.
But yes, this happened in Yolo County.
That's a bit too on the nose, John.
Yes.
A bit too on the nose.
Yeah.
What happened? Did they know what happened?
I don't know.
When we came home from the Royals game the other day, I was reminded, because we drove past a lot of fireworks stands. The huge no smoking signs
Yes.
around them, and so I wondered, was there?
Sadly, 7 people are unaccounted for and 2 injured.
Wow. Yeah, that's over northwest of Sacramento.
I'm trying to see if I don't know if they have found a
Not
the
good.
cause.
Not good.
But man, it went up and it was
Yeah.
not good. Coming up, the Big Ten has a PR problem.
Yeah, it does. John, are you going to fix it for him? Are you offering your services?
I mean, I offered my services a few weeks ago.
But you keep calling him Manfred's boy. If you're going to work there, you got to call him by his real name. Anthony.
What, baseball guy?
No, that's his nickname. Tony.
Baseball guy who really must
Tone.
not like baseball that much because he's not focusing any efforts into Big Ten baseball.
Tone. You got to call him Tone.
Hey, Tone.
Tone Petiti.
What am I like? Paulie from Sopranos? Hey, Tone.
Hey, Tone.
Tone. Hey, Tone.
Yeah. Yo, Tone.
16:20 The Zone. Hey, this week's Zone Deal is Site One Brewing, local brewery that has a unique experience with their tap house. You can explore a variety of their ever-changing, locally crafted beers. They're at 25th and Farnham. You can get $50 in gift vouchers for only $25 starting this Friday morning at 9 a.m. by going to 1620thezone.com. So while you're doing whatever, Friday morning, 4th of July, maybe you got the day off. Hopefully you have the day off.
What are you going to be doing? Besides, I mean, you can't get the Zone Deal because you work here.
Yeah.
Birthday, do you get a birthday breakfast?
I don't know what I'm
You break your fast?
Probably.
Your wife make you something tasty?
Probably not, because it's usually a big eating, because there'll be like hot dogs and stuff and all that,
You don't want a big breakfast?
No.
You'd rather have a big lunch?
I could just have a bowl of cereal.
Independence Day is not a big breakfast holiday, I guess we're learning.
Well, how many?
It's a big barbecue.
How many holidays are breakfast centered?
Christmas.
Is it?
We have breakfast at my parents' now it's after the presents, and so it's more of a brunch situation. But my mom usually makes like some sort of an egg casserole dish and or cinnamon rolls.
I mean, I've heard of that, but I mean, you don't think of it though as part of Christmas. You think about the big Christmas meal or the big
lunch and
Thanksgiving
dinner.
meal, but you don't think about.
What about Mother's Day?
That might be one.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do a better job of centering a
holiday.
Pick a holiday and center it around breakfast.
Topic alert.
I was going to say, this could either be dumb debates or a topic alert. We could do all sorts of stuff with that. All right, we'll pick that later.
Anyway.
Oh, Easter. Good call, Duncan. Easter.
Oh, yeah, Easter brunch.
You don't do big breakfast for Easter?
No.
What do you do?
Well, usually I'm doing a baseball game on Easter Sunday.
Wow, way to celebrate the Lord. Yikes. Tough. You work for a Catholic school.
I don't.
Tough for everybody involved. No, you don't. They don't play on Easter.
Well,
Don't
they
they
used
play
to. I don't
Thursday, Friday,
remember.
They play on Saturday.
I don't remember what. I don't remember Easter.
Fake Catholic.
Here's a hot take for you. Easter's just kind of a.
He rose from the dead.
I know, but it doesn't. It never has felt like a holiday to me.
Because you don't get a day off.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
You get why don't we get a day off? Wow. War on Christmas? No. War
on Easter. Why don't we always get
Drake
the Monday?
meme.
Now, some schools, they get around that. They get around it by scheduling their spring break around Easter, but they call it spring break, so they don't have to call it anything godly.
Correct. They don't call it Easter break. I still call it Easter break and Christmas break. And I call it the Red River Shootout and the Civil War. I'm not going back on any of those.
What would be fall break then?
Fall break is fall break.
Fall
break is more of a college thing. At least I don't recall having fall break.
Not Halloween break, but
there isn't a Halloween break. Yeah.
Well, but Halloween's not a holiday.
Don't tell that to Nick Grimm.
Well, he's not here, and I don't have to listen to him scream piercing decibels into the atmosphere about how great Halloween is.
Nice.
Wasn't he the one that tried to convince us that Halloween was bigger than Christmas?
Yes. For his generation.
That's right. For
You're
his
up,
generation.
Gen Z. What do you think about that take, Joey?
Halloween is overrated. Thanksgiving is the go-to holiday for me.
Yes, great take,
It's
Joey.
my number one holiday. Turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy, stuffing, bread.
You are naming things that I like, except for the first thing, Joey. Because famously now I like gravy.
That's true. Well, we'll get you to come around on turkey.
Will you?
Next Thanksgiving at the workplace.
We'll try our best.
Okay.
Anyway. Connor's also giving away some of these vouchers to Site One Brewing, so check it out. That was one of the longest zone deal reads we've ever done because it went in a totally different
Yes,
direction.
it did. We won't be sending them that one.
No, we won't. We won't. But today, Seth Emerson, who covers the SEC, and Scott Docterman, friend of the Grum. Actually, they're both friends of the Grum. We've had them both on.
That's true.
Scott more than that, Seth.
Yeah.
Did a combo article today on the SEC and the Big Ten and how they differ in dealing with the media. And this is centered around the conversation of the playoff plan. How it seemed like there was some momentum several weeks ago that the Big Ten's 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1 nonsense was thought of favorably within SEC circles, and that this might be the direction that the playoff might go. Then in April, May, the SEC holds their meetings, and all of a sudden things changed.
Yep.
And
why did it change? Because they talked about it every 5 seconds.
They talked about it every 5 seconds,
I still remember.
and then they pounded the drum about their strength of schedule, and they had all the numbers and the facts and the packet and all that stuff.
I still remember that night where I'm suddenly seeing all these tweets from college football reporters that I follow. And I'm like, where is this coming from? I had no idea that he would be speaking in May or April, whenever it was, you know?
Well, we always, when we think of these things, we think of media days.
Correct.
But these are the conference meetings. This is when the poobahs of the conference all sit down and they, craft their grand plans for society.
Yeah.
And in the past, many times these things weren't covered. But now that the business of college sports has become so big and it has dominated the conversation, and these are the biggest movers and the shakers in the sport, now it's been covered. But the difference, because the Big Ten, they had meetings too, but you didn't hear anything from the Big Ten meetings. Why? Because they wouldn't talk. And they kind of do theirs, off to the side, and, they don't make a big deal out of it. They don't invite the media to it. And this was kind of at the centerpiece of this article in The Athletic about how the SEC and the Big Ten are so drastically different in how they handle the media. And
pushing their agendas.
And let's face it, the Big Ten can harumph all they want about how, we thought we had a deal. We thought they were going to join us. But the biggest problem was their plan. The first time we heard of the 4-4 plan was last summer. And I remember at that time just saying, this is ridiculous, this is stupid. And we kind of moved on. Season was coming, so we just ignored it. But then all of a sudden it popped up and it gained momentum again. Well, what killed it? What killed it was a lot of folks said, well, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then the SEC kind of jumped on and said, yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense. We don't want to do this. And whatever public support it had was gone.
Evaporated overnight.
Completely gone. And the big problem with that was the Big Ten
didn't state their case.
In typical arrogant Big Ten fashion, just thought, well, we're going to do something, or we're going to say something, and we're just going to let it hang out there and let everyone react to us. And then it'll just be.
And you know what?
And it never was.
It's so funny now turning to this week, and we talked a little bit, was it yesterday that we talked about your guy Tone going on Joe Klatt's pod?
Mm-hmm.
And
which is the first time
that he's spoken about it.
Really, anybody with authority has spoken openly about this plan.
But he still, I don't think, presented the case for why this is good for fans.
No.
Even though, remember, we did a show a couple months ago, maybe, where we laid out, if we were the PR agents, what we would say. And I thought we crafted a really good argument. The argument to be made is this is about more inclusion for middle tier schools in the Big Ten and the SEC, more opportunities to get into the playoff, more game. Like he did say,
a
more
chance
games
to play your way into the playoff. Because if there's one thing that really gets people fired up is, well, this championship's not determined on the field.
Yep.
Well, the biggest selling point for the Big Ten's idea is, hey, we're determining this on the field. You finish in the top 6 in our conference, you're going to be involved in the playoff, whether it's through the play-in game or direct access.
Yeah.
But they never did it.
Correct.
I mean, they literally could have gone. They could have had Dannon. They could have had Iowa's athletic director. They could have had Ohio State. They could have all gotten out in front of their people and said, banging the drum and saying, access, access, access. This is going to give us access. These games are going to mean more. Sure. Are all of the other faults with it still out there? Absolutely. But remember, when it comes to, and we see this all the time in Washington, D.C., how many pieces of legislation are perfect in every way? 0. But what do? They always pitch the high points. Hey, this thing's gonna cut your taxes. This thing's gonna do this. This thing's gonna do that. They gloss over all the negatives.
Correct.
But then it's the other side, of course, highlights the negatives. But the Big Ten didn't even go out and highlight the positives.
No. Because, look, I don't like it. You don't like it. We discussed this. This would be good for a school like Nebraska.
Sure it would.
You just said the key, and that's what I would do. You get to play your way in.
Mm-hmm.
No more will you have to worry about the fuddy-duddies on the selection committee.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of hit on that, right? We want to take the power away from the selection committee. But you got to have buzzwords. Play your way in. Meanwhile, the SEC, is like they're arguing less about the format and more about why they deserve more spots. Look at how tough our schedules are.
Yeah.
Look at how good our teams are. And it really is. I mean, they hit on this at the beginning of the story. The Big Ten, they actually had their meetings the week before.
Mm-hmm.
And as they write, purposely keeping the media at arm's length. Commissioner Tony Petitti, privately pushing for an automatic bid CFP format, went months without publicly advocating for it, which obviously makes me think he didn't like the plan. He knew that if other people could talk about it, like the other side of the aisle, right, that they would point out the negatives, but you got to state your case. And then the SEC spoke, and it was like, I remember thinking, so when is the Big Ten going to have their spring meetings? Oh, they actually did.
They already did.
Okay,
they never talked about it.
Yeah.
But again, this is, and this goes back decades. This conference has always been, when it comes to arrogance, nobody has it on the Big Ten.
No.
And sure, a lot of folks will say, well, what about the SEC? They're arrogant. They think their crap doesn't stink. I'll say this for the SEC. They've earned their arrogance by winning.
Not the last 2 years.
They earned their arrogance by winning. The Big Ten is arrogant because it's the Big Ten.
Correct.
And all you have to do is go back 5 years ago when the Big Ten tried to, we're not going to play football because it's the right thing to do.
And they thought everyone would follow them.
And they thought everybody was going to follow them until they didn't.
And literally within a day, multiple other leagues said, no, we're playing. And then suddenly everyone was like, whoa, Big Ten, what are you doing? They thought they would lead and said they had to follow.
Exactly.
And they had to follow later.
And this is the same arrogance that permeated for decades when it was about, who needs a national champion? We have the Rose Bowl.
Well,
this is
excellent point.
This is the same arrogance that has infiltrated and been at the heart of this league almost since its founding.
Stuart Mandel began his mailbag today, also on The Athletic. Former Big Ten Commissioner Jim Delaney once famously predicted that the Big Ten's universities would drop down to Division III if the day ever came that schools paid their athletes. Well, that day came on Tuesday, and Ohio State, Michigan have not yet joined up with Mount Union and Albion.
Did we not see that press release that Nebraska's dropping down
they're keeping it. To the Division III. He'll do it later on. But that was wild. I remember when he said that because it was sometime. It was 2013. It's not even that long ago. 2013, and that's that kind of arrogance that the league has often had. Has always had.
Sure, some of this is maybe they realize, hey, our idea is really, or our idea is so one-sided that obviously no one with a brain will ever think this is a good idea.
Though again, I think I could make a great argument for it.
Of course, again, we could make a good argument for it. You could make a good argument for it if you want, if all you're trying to do is win hearts and minds. But this is something the Big Ten's going to have to figure out sooner rather than later, because a perception battle has always existed in college sports.
And it always will.
And they've always been on the wrong end of it. Just because they think, well, we're the Big Ten, everyone will just do what we think. No, they won't. No, they won't. And the sooner they get past that, well, maybe they could get some more of their ideas. The problem is they've won a few things. I mean, obviously, Jim Delaney made a bold move when he told ESPN to go pound sand.
And it's worked out very well.
And they created the Big Ten Network. So there is times where their arrogance has paid off.
Well, I mean, they're the more valuable league. They get more money. Their schools get more money than the SEC schools, even with the lack of success.
Sure.
So
there are times
from that perspective, they've nailed it.
Sure.
Cats are funny texting. How is it every time I tune y'all on, John is defending the SEC? Are you our own SEC honk now on the show?
I'm not. Am I defending it? I'm not defending it.
Baymont says
this has been about the Big Ten more than the SEC. All I've said about the SEC is, at least with their arrogance, you have to admit they've earned it. With all of the winning that league has done, they've earned.
And how much more winning does the Big Ten need? You said one more year of it, and you'd acquiesce?
What, that they're a better league? Probably.
Well, they won 2 in a row. If they win a third, if the Big Ten won a third, you wouldn't acquiesce yet?
To what?
That they're the best league.
No.
If the top of their league wins?
No, because again, I've always argued a league is good from top to bottom. The Big Ten is top heavy. That's all it is.
But it's 2 different schools. If it was a third different school, if Penn State won?
Well, it would make some inroads, absolutely. But let's not pretend that we haven't spent basically the last 2 decades with this league being on top.
No, for sure. I just think I see, this is where we do disagree. I think the tide has turned a little bit. I think NIL has changed.
I think the tide, it's changed.
Georgia's not as talented as they were.
It's changed.
Nick Saban is retired. I think things have changed.
It's changed, but the Big Ten is never going to be what the SEC was. Ever.
No. They're not going to have
ever.
What is the number of schools? Is it
Remember,
5 different schools win a title this
I even went back even further. 1950 was the first year of the coaches poll.
Mm-hmm.
The UPI coaches poll.
Mm-hmm.
The Big 8 still has more national championships than the Big 10.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty wild.
The Big 8, a conference that no longer exists,
Baymont
has
says,
more national championships than the Big 10 in football.
Baymont says SEC fans are also zealots, way more than Big Ten fans.
That is
Ohio
true.
State, Michigan. Yeah,
that is
sure.
true.
Yeah,
that is absolutely true.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about this, and in a way, it kind of ties back into the original discussion. The SEC, there is like a one for all for one about them. You know,
there is.
In an annoying, like the SEC chant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have that up here. And I think that
also,
in
fairness, you really don't have that anywhere.
That's true. Yeah. But I think that's helped the SEC. And I don't know if it's hurt the Big Ten, but it kind of goes back to Petiti. It's like, dude, you should be screaming from the mountaintops that you have the last 2 national champs.
Sure.
And in a way, just ignore everything else and say, but we have the last 2 national champions. Mm-hmm. We are the most powerful conference. Mm-hmm. Follow our lead. Mm-hmm. But in a way, they can't even do that part right, you know?
Right.
I know that Alabama wasn't happy that Auburn won, but there was when they won a title and vice versa, but there was that sense of pride that the championships came from that part of the country. Like, I do think, and I know we joke about the North stuff a lot, I do think that there should be more pride about a Northern team winning because of how long the South dominated college football and how
absolutely.
The population has moved to that part of the country.
Absolutely.
And yet there isn't that from this part of the country.
But you know what? You know what it is? And this goes back to that word again, arrogance. The element of, well, see those people down there, that's all they have to relate to is football. No wonder they're so passionate. We have other things to do here. I think there's an element of that prevents people from being zealots, if you will, about their conference versus what the SEC is about their conference.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to us, though. I mean, I live here. What are we really that different, than like Alabama in terms of like they have more stuff to do than we do? They have a beach, they have an ocean or a golf.
No, I know. I'm talking in general. I'm talking just because schools like Alabama have never been afraid to say we're a football school. But I bet if you dug down deep, Michigan man doesn't like to say we're a football school because we're Michigan. We're an educational school.
Ohio State's happy to say it. Penn State's happy to say it.
Not like they are down south.
No, they probably not. But I mean,
because there's this element of, well, we're still a school here, even though, come on, college sports is big business.
Again, the Big Ten's making more money than the SEC is.
Huge business. But there's this hesitancy to acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
We know it. We're not gonna give back the money, but we're also not going to say, "Hey, look at us! Look at the big check we got!" Whee! Meanwhile, down south, they'd be like, "Hell yeah! More us! More football! SEC!"
Schwartzwelder says, SEC is Georgia and Alabama over how many years? LSU was a one-off. No, I mean, LSU's won 3 this century. They won in 03, they won in 07.
Don't forget Florida.
They won in 2019.
Don't forget Auburn.
Florida's won multiple times this century. Auburn has won once this century, played for another. And yes, Alabama's won 6 and Georgia's won 2. So they have certainly taken the lion's share.
Sure.
I still, though, I am someone who looks and says, no Nick Saban. How is this going to change the league? Because Alabama had already dropped off a little bit, and like dropping off for them was only making the playoff and losing right away, right? They just weren't the monolith they had been for so many years. Georgia has certainly taken a step back over the last couple.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to guess that Kirby Smart he's got to have an answer. Because the reason I think they dropped off is their offense isn't very good, or as good as it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
The defense is going to take a step back. The offense needs to be a little bit better. Let's see what happens this year. And Texas is there now. And like, I know that we don't view them as an SEC school because, well, they're Texas.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're going to, in my opinion, they're going to be the preseason number 1 team.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to Ohio State week 1, which is awesome.
I
love
agree.
narratives. It's a narrative bowl.
It will be a narrative bowl.
I can't wait.
No, there's no question. It's not the monolith it was 5 years ago.
Definitely not.
but it's still what it is. And let's face it, a lot of times people live off their reputations for much longer. I'm not casting stones here, but look at the Cowboys. They've lived off this America's team thing, even though they haven't been as successful.
Correct.
Right? Because sometimes you can be so in Nebraska. People still look at Nebraska to a degree as a blue blood, even though they haven't acted like one in the last 20 years.
Sure.
Because the reputation was there for so long.
Reputation precedes
and it
itself.
was so dominant and it was so pervasive that it lingers. And it takes a long time, just as it takes a long time to build those things, those perceptions, it takes a long time to lose those perceptions.
Noted Wisconsin fan Kyle says, you say there should be more Northern pride, but every time I turn on this show, you guys are bashing the Big Ten.
Well, yeah, but but when I say Northern, I'm not talking just the Big Ten.
But I would also say this. I don't think that we're alone. I don't really see any other Big Ten fan bases coming together and saying kumbaya or being happy for their,
And the reason why I bash the Big Ten is for the stupid things they do off the field. That has nothing to do about their play on the field. It has to do with all the dumb stuff like this stupid playoff idea that they have done off the field.
And that they're hiding behind it and they're not making their case.
And that ultimately what they would like to do is get rid of the rest of college sports and just be the only game in town. I mean, they're leading the charge for a Super League more than anyone else, which is I am diametrically opposed.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think the SEC is leading the charge for the Super League. They've threatened that type of stuff before. I haven't heard your guy Tone mention that yet.
No,
Sankey's talked about we were fine. We could just do our own thing.
Yeah, but it's not about words. It's about action.
Well, I mean, John, you know it, though, with what they're trying to do with college baseball. Like, I don't think the Big Ten I don't think they're going to cause that problem first. I would worry more about the SEC trying to split off and do their own thing. Way more than the Big Ten.
I disagree.
Way more than the Big Ten. They've threatened it. What if we did our own playoff? Like, they threaten that crap all the time.
But again, that goes back to the fact that they got no filter and they'll say anything and everything.
And that they're arrogant
and that
as
the
hell.
Big Ten, and that's part, and maybe that's part of the reason why the Big Ten stays so quiet.
Because they have bad ideas too, but they don't want anyone to know about them.
Because they don't want to.
It's like a politician who's like, I'm not going to tell you how I really feel.
Bingo.
But get them on a hot mic and maybe they're going to say some stuff.
Precisely. Coming up, we've got some good dumb debates, including a question regarding big events and which ones would you keep?
Look at Joey shaking his head. He's ready to go.
I saw this morning. And I had my
this is a
answer.
good one. But we also have an NIL today. A lot of numbers out there.
And can Nebraska be Indiana?
Well, we can discuss that next. 1620 The Zone.
don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
It's time for the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football Topic of the Day.
Jacob doesn't seem like he's a fan of this topic. He tweeted and then deleted something about it earlier. He didn't like the title of today's show. Now he just says, will it be included in Dumb Debates? Look.
No, Dumb Debates is in 20 minutes.
We have audio from a respected voice in college
I'll
football.
be the judge of that.
John,
I used to think Joel Klatt was a respected voice until he came up with his weird 2.5 plan. Now I'm wondering if Joel might need some psychological evaluation.
Well, what do you think about the man with the best phone line in college football? How do you feel about that man? His name?
Bino Cook?
No, he's dead. He died a handful of years ago. Yeah.
So what did old Feldy Feldman say?
Well, he was on a podcast that you often give me crap for listening to.
What, Bill Simmons?
No, you would never go on Simmons. Simmons is a talk college football. He was on the Audible podcast with Stuart Mandel.
Oh, that's right. This was the soundtrack to your wedding.
It was not the soundtrack to my wedding. But there was a question from one of their listeners, and it was, who will this year's Indiana be? Now,
Okay.
I included I didn't include the question, but you'll hear at the beginning as Feldman hems and haws a little bit, and listen for Mandel's reaction. Joey, turn up the video because we'll play this over the stream.
All right, let's hear it.
And here it is, about a minute long.
All right, do I say this? Sure. Nebraska.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot I like about Nebraska. I think it has taken Matt Rule a little bit of time to kind of get things going in the right direction, kind of get the bad taste out of their mouths of, losing so many close games and squandering so many games. It's year 2 for Dylan Raiola. He's very, very talented. I think now you got Dana Holgerson in there for a full off season to overhaul the offense. They've upgraded at receiver. They don't have a ton of speed, but they have a little more than they did before. Schedule sets up pretty well. I'm not saying they're going to go be 11-0 at some point. Or was Indiana 10-0? I forgot whether they were 10-0 or got to 11-0. But I think to me, as you said, Illinois just had a terrific year. Illinois has a lot of expectations. I still think they're going to be really good. But the wild card, kind of off the grid team for me, that would be the Huskers.
Okay. What do you?
I went and looked, by the way, in the list earlier.
Yeah.
You did not predict that anybody would compare Nebraska to Indiana.
Oh. Okay.
I have one mention of Indiana, but I didn't have to deal with that.
Okay.
You said Illinois will not be Indiana this year.
Oh, Illinois.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
what I was
yeah.
trying to remember what I had predicted.
Yeah.
Not to get into all semantics, but can Nebraska be the next Indiana? The reason we were surprised by Indiana was it was Indiana. They're not a traditional football name.
Sure.
Nebraska is a traditional football
So
name.
it has to be a total off the grid surprise. Like Cincinnati, it'd have to be like a Cincinnati.
Well, it could be
just
a Cincinnati.
using them as an example.
It could be using other teams in the Big Ten, Minnesota,
West Virginia,
teams that we have not in the modern era, in the last 50 years, dreamed of being in a playoff conversation. And some might say, well, would Illinois fit? The only reason I will say, to me, if I'm going to define what is this year's Indiana, it's got to be non-traditional power. Team not expected to have a good season.
Does it need to be a first-year coach? Because they had a first-year coach.
No, I mean, that might be a little too nitpicky.
Okay.
Because how many first-year coaches, are there?
Yeah. So, Pin,
only about a dozen.
real quick, Pin, and this could be a different day. The pressure that I wonder that Sigs is going to put on other first-year coaches is pretty interesting. Like, you remember when, who was the first guy that won a title in year 2? Bob Stoops. Bob Stoops won a title, and then everybody had to be good by year 2.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Sigs now has caused a weird warping of the minds of like, whoa, he did it at Indiana. Why can't Art? I mean, we felt it around here last year, and that was year 2 for Matt Rule. Anyway, that's a different day. I'm trying to figure out.
But yeah, to me, if you're going to qualify as being this year's Indiana, you have to come from off the radar.
Yeah. They were way off the radar last year.
Even when Nebraska's not good, they're still on the radar because they're Nebraska.
Sure.
So that's why.
Would North Carolina count this year? Never made the playoff, never really contended for anything, but they have Bill Belichick.
See, that's the other thing. They've got celebrity.
They have a name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people are going to be watching them. Nobody was watching Indiana until about. When was it that people really started to notice Indiana?
Well, around here, I think it was. Well, I did after they whooped up on UCLA early in the year.
Yeah,
but certainly by the time Nebraska was getting ready to play, like you and I were peeking ahead to them, like in the week leading up to it.
I was, yeah.
But
I'm just saying, when was it that the nation really jumped on Indiana?
I mean, they absolutely boat raced UCLA, and so I would say that was the start of it. But that was early. And again, I'm a sicko. That was week 3. So that was the night that Nebraska played Northern Iowa. They popped into the top 25 on October 5th. And then they had an off week before they boat raced Nebraska. So I guess probably around then, probably early October for the whole country. But for me, it was UCLA. I was very impressed with them that night.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching the UCLA game and being very impressed.
But I'd say nationally it was October. It was right around the time of the Nebraska game. Because then it was suddenly like, oh my gosh,
these guys are real.
They could be undefeated, if they're doing this.
Yeah.
Would I'm trying to think of other off the radar teams. Would Texas Tech count? Even though they spent $1 bajillion on their roster. Indiana has warped some minds. They are impossible to find.
And you know what?
Which is pretty cool, honestly, that they did it.
These are things that we just come up with as talking points. The thing that made Indiana special was it was Indiana. There may not be there may not be another. This year, it might be another team that does it a certain way that then next year we'll be saying, well, who's 2026 is Texas Tech or who's 2026 is Wake Forest or whatever school it might be. So instead of trying to find this year's Indiana, I think we just need to step back and appreciate how weird it was that it was that school that did what it did.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, did they take it? See, that's the other thing about Indiana. They did take advantage of a very advantageous schedule in that they didn't have to cross paths with, the baddest of the bad.
They played Ohio State, but they missed the other two playoff
and
teams.
The one team and one of the teams that was on their schedule that turned out not to be as good was Michigan.
Yeah.
Because Michigan had an off year.
It was nuts. They played the 2 national championship game participants from the year prior, but Washington and Michigan both took a big step back.
They were both in rebuilding mode.
In almost every other year in my life, if you played the teams that played for the title the next year, you're talking about top 10 teams.
Sure.
But it was a step back version of those teams.
Sure.
Other names, Mike says Kansas. DD says, how about the Cyclones? Trent says, I'd say it's more like Duke or Kentucky. I mean, certainly from the basketball angle, Kentucky's been bad lately. Maybe Kentucky could break through. That would be a shock if Stoops suddenly brought them to the playoff.
Well, especially coming out of that league.
Yeah. By the way, Kyle, who's our Wisconsin fan, says, if they didn't say Indiana in that clip, we could have played a game. Guess what year this clip is from? We definitely could have.
We could.
Was that from 2018? Was that from 2016? Was that from 2019?
That's the other reason I don't think Nebraska would be the answer to that
question. Everyone always says them.
Right. Last year, Nebraska was a dark horse playoff contender. That was the pick I made last year. So, yeah, that's the problem with Nebraska is they rarely. It's hard for a Nebraska to sneak up on people.
Yeah,
because of their name.
By the way, how about this? I missed it earlier. I don't think we have it in content today because it broke at 3:30. According to NOLA News, which
Nolan News?
NOLA, as in
New Orleans, Louisiana.
LSU plans to sell jersey patch advertisements pending NCAA approval. according to the NOLA News. How far behind them are the Skurs?
Well, all it's going to take is one big boy to do it and get a
Everybody else
whole
will.
lot of money for it, and somebody else will jump in.
They need to do the stadium. That's the thing they need to do. And maybe that's sacrilegious to say it, but I mean, if they're going to keep talking about how much it's going to cost to pay players, that'd be the first thing that I would do. Sell the naming rights.
Well, they may need to do that so they can pay for the stadium.
Oh, great point, John.
Because remember, they got a big project to come in.
It's going to be a lot of money.
Yes.
Not as much as mine. Oh, maybe.
Max says, who is the traditional power version of Indiana? Can we be this year's 2023 Florida State or 2017 Miami or some of the recently resurgent Tennessee teams? That's a better way to view Nebraska.
Yes.
I would agree. That if they broke through, we wouldn't compare them to Indiana, though I
Yes.
guess we would because now we've wish casted it. But I would view them more as like, whoa, they broke through like Tennessee finally broke through.
Mm-hmm. All right, when we come back, we'll see if we can get to some NIL numbers because there were some big numbers that came out yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
1620, the Zone teaming up with the Salvation Army in their annual 7-can back-to-school backpack program. Think about anything that a kid might need for school and school supplies for the upcoming school year. They've donated more than 250,000 backpacks over the life of the program. And if you want to drop off your donations for things like rulers, notebooks, theme paper, writing utensils, reusable water bottles, stuff like that, good anytime from now through August 3rd at select Methodist Health System locations, Metro Credit Union locations, Cubby's convenience stores, and Salvation Army locations. And for a complete list of what could be used and where you can drop them off, find it out at 1620thezone.com. When we were talking with Dan Wetzel yesterday of ESPN, I mentioned the final total is 319 Division I schools opted into the House settlement. So that's 82% of all Division I schools. And I thought that number was high. I thought there'd be a lot of programs like Omaha who's not opted in at that level of participation and lower that would not opt in. And so I was thinking maybe in the 70s, but I thought 82%, that's higher than I expected.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You asked him the question, and what did he say? I don't know. I don't know what I would have answered.
Yeah.
In a way, now I wish that, last week we would have said guess, because now I can't, and I don't know what I would have expected. I think before the Omaha news, I think I would have thought it would have been higher. After the Omaha news, maybe I actually would have gone lower than 80%. So in the end, I wonder if that is kind of the right number for what we're ultimately seeing here. And again, if you missed the interview with Adrian Dowell on Gary and Matt, that was on Monday.
That was Monday.
Monday. Highly recommend. I thought he did an excellent job explaining why they decided to do what they did.
So Open Doors, the agency that a lot of schools go through for their NIL tracking, put out some numbers this week on spending trends. And this is collective spending. So this is money that's coming from the collectives.
Yeah.
In January.
And real quick, we're talking year-over-year growth.
This is year-over-year. So this is January of 25 compared to January of 24. It was up over 200%.
Yeah. Year-over-year.
Even in February, it was up 52%. But in June, the collective spending was over 800% more than what it was last June.
Why is that, John?
Well, folks are getting in before the deadline and front-loading NIL deals. That's what they're doing. So that they don't have to be audited through the Deloitte portal.
As Open Door said on the graphic that we're sharing, the concept of front-loading payments, stacking collective payments prior to the approval of the House settlement and subsequent July 1 cap year, was not just a theoretical possibility. The data proved it. In a survey of Power 4 institutions, Open Doors found more than half of respondents plan to spend 20 to 50% of a projected annual cap on athlete payments in the final weeks of the fiscal year.
Which is exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Here is a year-by-year look at how much has been spent on NIL product and service. Going back to year one of NIL, it was less than $1 billion. But it is projected this year, 25-26, to be over $2.7 billion.
That's a 300% growth.
Now, the interesting thing here is where that money is coming from. And those of you watching in on the stream, the blue is money coming from the colleges. That's the rev share.
Yeah.
So rev share is going to represent most of the spending in the years to come. However, even though the collective spending is down, it's still fairly healthy.
Yeah, it's totally good.
And as was pointed out.
Also, I don't buy that it's going to be that low, by the way.
And pointed out by Stuart Mandel's mailbag today that, as we just quoted, the total NIL spending is supposed to be over $2.7 billion. If every Power 4 school spends the full $20.5 million in rev share, that would only account for about half that number, which means there's more than $1 billion plus in the ecosystem waiting to find its way to athletes.
Yeah, I don't buy. So this graphic says, and this is Open Doors, and we've had Blake Lawrence on, friend of the Grum. The numbers in the future are projected, right?
Mm-hmm.
Collective 24-25, which we just finished, $1.3 billion. Next year, $227 million. 28-29 all the way down to $78 million. I don't buy that. But I am someone who does not think that the Deloitte stuff is going to just be like this shutting of the door. I don't think that.
Well, and now in this case, there's probably a subsection that needs to be accounted for, and that is old school under the table.
Yeah. Can we build that into the Open Door scrap?
But the thing is, we've never known what was spent under the table because it was under the table.
If you think collective and NIL stuff has been innuendo and rumor, under the table stuff is wildly different.
Here was the budget breakdown in revenue share allocations. Of course, Power 4 schools are expected to use all of their $20.5 million. Basically 66% to football, 20% to men's basketball, 6% to women's basketball, and 7.5% to other. This is the average school.
By the way, if you're wondering what is 66% of 20.5, that is $13.53 million.
For the group of 6 schools, the average allocation is supposed to be $4 million.
Whoa.
Which is much lower than 20.
Yeah, I wonder how many group of 6, I got to get used to that. How many group of 6 schools will go full go? Full go, the whole go, the OCO. Like Boise, right? Pac-12, the new Pac-12 schools.
Probably not many.
I bet Boise will.
I don't know. Do they have the money to do it?
Will they go? Okay, let me ask it a different way. Rather than go full 20.5, will they try to match the football spending of other football? Can they do 13 on football, and then not a whole lot, if anything, on the other schools?
I
mean, that's I don't think so. They make a lot of money. They make a lot of money.
But they don't make the money of the Power 4.
No, they don't. They don't. But they care about football more than almost, if not every, G6 program.
Yeah.
So
the interesting thing is when you get down to Division I, this is Division I. These are schools like Omaha, Creighton.
Yeah. Non-football, basically non-football, right?
Or
FCS football.
Or they have FCS
so
football.
like a Villanova.
And if you notice, so
there's a big basketball piece.
Their average allocation is actually more than the group of 6, $4.8 million, and 55% is going to men's basketball. Whereas in the Power 4, only 20% is going to men's basketball. And this is the thing that a lot of Power 4 coaches have been complaining about in basketball is, man,
they'll be fine.
Leagues like the Big East, they can spend more money on basketball that we can't. At least over the table money. So, interesting breakdown brought out by Open Doors this week.
Yeah. And that stuff from that Mandel excerpt you had about there's another 1 billion plus in the ecosystem waiting to find its way to athletes. Pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting.
Coming up next, it's Dumb Debates. It's our Wednesday tradition. Your chance to ask us anything, and we'll debate them next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
This is the time of the week where we take your questions and we bring them to a public forum and we work the problems out and we settle them in dumb debates. You can send us your dumb debates anytime, any place, anywhere. Just make sure you use the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates. You can send it to us in the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Put dumb debates in the subject header, whatever the case may be. Send it to us anytime.
You can
because we archive them and save them back.
You can even send them on Blue Sky, John. Which is what our friend of the Grum, Sky, did.
Do we have a MySpace?
No, not yet. Joey, get on that, please.
Do we have Face Snap?
That's not even a thing. You're just pretending now, John. Sky sent us a great dumb debates on Blue Sky last week that we didn't get to because I forgot about Blue Sky. But I remember...
Shocking! Because nobody knows about Blue Sky.
But I remember it this week.
Until now.
I remembered it this week. So there was a tweet from Roger Sherman, who covers sports, who wrote, this was during Game 7 of the NBA Finals. The ABC crew keeps saying the best two words in sports, Game 7, but nobody is going on the record about the worst two words in sports. To which Sky asks us, dumb debates, what are the worst two words in sports?
Dallas Cowboys.
No, that's not the answer!
Yes!
That was perfect.
I mean, for me it is. Truly it is, but I don't know. Not related to a team. I don't know.
I got one. Go Birds. Worst two words in
Oh,
sports.
see, now
horrible words.
You mock me
the
for
worst
doing it.
word. You're not an Eagles fan though, so why do you care?
Well,
Eagles win.
Well, I was trying to think of things that aren't specifically related to a team, like
Tomahawk Chop.
Da Bears.
There you go. See, now we're just naming our rivals.
That's
and
true.
things
We
hate.
are. We are.
I can't think of anything from Minnesota.
Two worst words.
Travis says, "Oh no,
oh no."
Got anything else?
I mean, for Husker fans, the two worst words in sports was anytime you looked at the game notes and it said Beth Mowens.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, now some would say
Stephen
Gus
A.
Johnson. Stephen A.
Stephen A.
Uh-huh. Oh, Jordan, a rain or weather delay. So weather delay. Rain
Weather delay, rain
That's
delay.
a good one.
That's a good one. Now,
Lightning strike.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Josh's weather.
No, don't blame me, Joey.
As I said, we archived some. This has been one that's been sitting around for a while. It's actually a two-parter, but I'm only going to do one part because the second one's really interesting.
Okay.
This is from our friend Star Wars Fiend.
Star Wars
When
Fiend?
the lead singer of a band leaves due to either death or just left the band.
Okay.
Should that band's members continue under the same name or select a new name? For many, the lead singer makes the name of the band when you hear it, and you just know that's that band. So when that person leaves, should the rest of the band ditch the name I've always felt that if the lead singer passes, to honor them, to leave their work alone and form a new band under a new name to keep their legacy alive.
Okay, first of all, it seems like whoever sent this, who was the person that
was
sent
Star
this?
Wars Fiend.
Star Wars Fiend seems like the grammar was horrible because you had to do a lot of pausing, and
I
stopping,
did.
and starting.
Yeah.
Let's put some commas and periods in our emails, friends. No offense, Star Wars Fiend. Yes, they should. The voice of the band changes, and the band is different, in my opinion. It's a different band.
I disagree.
I know, but you're an AC/DC boy.
That's right. And we've had two lead singers. And now I hear both of those gentlemen, Bon Scott and Brian Johnson, and I think that's AC/DC because they've had...
Pink Floyd changed their lead singer, didn't they? Didn't one of the guys go crazy because he was taking LSD?
And that's the other thing. The Eagles, the Beatles.
Queen and Freddie Mercury died. They
what
had
are
Paul. They had Paul Rogers, so they added plus Paul Rogers, and then Adam Lambert was lead singing in the late 2000s.
But my
What are
point
you talking about with the Beatles? They didn't change lead singers.
There were different lead singers. All four of them had songs where they led. Yes, Paul and John did a lot of it, but there's a band right there that's got two lead singers.
But but Paul didn't leave, and then they brought in somebody else.
Yeah, I know, but the point is that the lead singer is the identity
But
of
the
the
whole
band.
bit of the band is that of the Beatles is that they had multiple lead singers.
But the Eagles were the same way.
That's fine. So
That's why I think no, you don't change because of.
Oh, interesting.
And what about Van Halen?
I don't care about them.
The band is named for Van Halen. When Eddie passed away, I mean, he's the reason that's when they should change the name of the band.
Yeah, you're making solid arguments.
But there are some bands that have
difference
multiple lead singers or have had multiple lead singers.
Just something about the different voice where it's just like, this is now different.
Yeah, but I can listen to David Lee Roth era Van Halen and Sammy Hagar era Van Halen, and I know it's Van Halen. To me, it's more about
the vibe,
the sound of the band.
Even if
I was
the
going to say
voice changes.
It's usually the sound of the band. It's a mixture between the sound and pretty much the musical instruments and the lead singer.
Yeah, Travis says, why change the name and trash a valuable brand? And that's a great point.
Right.
Because I'm guessing some would listen to this and say, you guys should have changed your name when Kevin left. It shouldn't have been called Unsportsmanlike Connect anymore because the show was better. Blah, 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 blah,
sure.
blah.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
That's fair.
It's the same
All
thing.
Right, you've convinced me.
The Tonight Show. Now they've changed it. They actually put the name. The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Blah blah blah. But it's still the Tonight Show.
Yeah. Peter asks. By the way, more 2 words. Close loss says Money Chris.
Oh, close loss.
And he says Huskers lose. And he also says Scott Frost.
Hmm.
Let's see. The next one I had saved was from listener Peter. $1 million now or $100 million, but you have 48 hours and you must get a hole-in-one on a par 3 to win the money. You don't actually have to play the hole. You are just hitting from the tee every time.
This is very easy.
Same.
Million.
Same. First of all,
because remember the odds of getting a hole-in-one, even if you're a professional.
Eventually, your arm, everything's going to get tired.
Right. You'd have to take a break, and then you're missing out on valuable time.
Plus, the pressure of that is going to be felt. I have no pressure, and I want to hit a hole-in-one, and I still can't do it.
Right.
Now I'm doing it for $100 million instead of taking the mill. Give me the mill.
Yep.
Joey?
Rather take the million. I got a safe.
All right. We are.
He has a safe. That's a good point.
Nice. Great point, Joey.
He has a safe.
I got room.
Mustache Adam. Are all refrigerators coolers? Are freezers coolers? Callback to a couple of days ago on
Monday.
the show. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, refrigerators. That's a mechanical.
Is it a cooler?
It's not really a cooler. No. That's like saying, are all briskets corned
why
beef
is that
or
a cooler?
pastrami?
What
it's
is
the
it
same,
about?
It's the same cut of meat.
So a cooler is meant to take around. Like you go on a road trip, you put it in the car. If you need something cold, you just open it up. A refrigerator. It's
Cooler is portable.
Yeah, portable.
Cooler is polar. So why does Happer and
cooler-
Stibbs? Why do they think that our Coke fridge is a cooler? It is not portable. It sits there.
To me, that's a refrigerator. That
Because
is
it's
a-
plugged in.
that is a mechanical device
The mini fridge.
meant to circulate cold air. A cooler requires ice
Yeah.
to make it cold, and then it's the insulation of the cooler that helps keep the ice cold.
Yeah.
Thus, whatever is in it cold.
Agreed.
So a cooler is something that uses insulation and ice a refrigerator is something that uses mechanics and technology.
Nice.
To make something
and stuff
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Chris.
Hello, Chris.
You can only pick 3 major sporting events. The rest have to go. He has given us a list. Of 8 major sporting events. You can only pick 3. The rest are gone. Which do you choose? The 8 are.
Real quick, are they existing or are we going to them?
No. This is the. What do you mean? Are we going to them? No, these are.
So the existence of these events depends on us.
Yes.
Whoa.
You pick 3.
Whoa.
And the
that
rest
changes
have to
my
go.
answer. I thought it was you get to go to it. Oh no. All right. Well, I can't wait to trigger some folks with my answers. Let's name the things, John.
The number one, in order of how he wrote them: the Super Bowl, the college football playoff,
okay,
the men's basketball tournament,
okay,
the Stanley Cup, the World Series, the Masters, the World Cup, the NBA Finals.
All right, real quick. So if you got rid of just the Super Bowl, does the rest of the playoffs exist except the Super Bowl? So there's an AFC and an NFC champion, but they don't play. It's like the olden times.
AFL, NFL.
Because he does not say NFL playoffs.
Right.
He says Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's a major sporting. Yeah. It's
So
a
the
major
whole
sporting.
playoffs still exist, and then we get to debate if the Eagles would have beaten the Chiefs
Well,
last year.
Okay.
Chiefs would have won. It didn't happen. Awesome. I like that. What are you keeping?
I am keeping the Super Bowl. I am keeping the men's basketball tournament and the World Series.
Yeah, I'm not keeping. I'm keeping the Super Bowl, even though the Cowboys will never win it. I'm keeping the college football playoff. NBA Finals.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Why would you get the NBA Finals? You don't even watch the NBA.
I watch the NBA Finals.
It hasn't been
Seriously?
good lately.
I mean, it's either that. I'll change my answer. World Cup.
That's only once every 4 years.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though.
It's
Not
a
really.
worldwide
It's international
event.
sports.
Why are you so
It's
triggered?
Because it's corrupt.
Why are you so triggered?
How many people die to build those stadiums? How many people
I don't
would
know.
you? How many lives would you save by canceling the World Cup?
Probably. Well, I mean,
Millions.
as long as they don't go to third world countries anymore, which they probably still will.
See, Connor answered this online. He said the college football playoff would be the first thing to go.
Well, Connor's an idiot. Is this Happer or a different Connor?
That's Happer.
Connor's an idiot.
Wow.
You're an idiot too.
No,
you guys have gotten so triggered by college football that you don't even want the playoff. to
No.
exist anymore.
But here's the thing. I can live without the playoff because
The regular season's tight.
the regular season's still very tight. And can you imagine? And I'm not advocating for this, but I'm just using this as a justification for keeping the others and getting rid of that. Because the Big Ten's going to screw up the college football playoff anyway. That's their lot in life. Can you imagine with today's interpersonal communication, aka the internet, how national championship debates would be?
Yeah, that sounds like hell. I don't
It
want
does
that.
sound like hell,
And
but at
you
least
want
we
it.
could-
You always pretend to be above the fray, but you love people arguing. You love it.
I'm
you
just-
like watching the debate shows on election night because you like
Sure.
seeing anger.
Sure.
You want there to be anger with college football. I want to see it decided on the field.
Yeah, but it won't be, Josh, because the Big Ten's going to get 4 automatic bids.
I'll still be decided on the field. What were your? Oh, you had World Series and March Madness.
Yeah.
My 3 are obviously the Super Bowl,
Yes.
NCAA tournament, and then the last one is a toss-up. I go by popularity, and that's why I have the World Cup as number
Look
3.
at Joey. What was your number 4?
I would say the college football playoff.
Nice.
I mean,
in the World
Cup would be the first thing to go.
World Series.
Yeah, I know it would for you,
Because
John.
we would save lives.
Save lives. That's why you.
We
wanna
would
do it.
save many lives. Plus, it's only once every 4 years. So
It's cool though.
It's fun.
Is it?
See, yes.
Is it?
Yes.
No.
Usually on during the day, so you
I
got
get
that
to
going
listen
for
to
you.
Andres Condor
Exactly.
on Telemundo.
That's how I feel as well.
Sure. Yeah, when we're in here with the television muted.
I like watching countries compete for the world's
It's
prize.
fun.
It's very
Penalty
fun.
kicks are great in the knockout stages.
Tough look for us for the Masters. We all agreed that the Masters doesn't exist anymore, but we end racism if we end the Masters. So shout out to us.
So is that
eradicated?
Has that been
Racism eradicated.
I thought Tiger Woods solved that for us at the Masters.
Tony says you're
No.
all skipping the best pro playoffs of all, the Stanley Cup playoffs. Look, Tony,
It is good.
So the reason I didn't pick it is because, like, I just don't care. Like, I wish I did.
Yeah,
it's not that I hate hockey.
I agree.
Hockey is fun, and I watch it, and I rooted for Edmonton, but I just don't care.
But honestly, the ones I picked, those are the ones that I always watch.
Same.
Yes. Do I watch the college football playoff?
Yes, but
I do.
because you feel like you have to.
But
which is why I watch March Madness, because I feel like I have to.
No, I watch the college football playoff. I enjoy it.
Oh, that's new. That's fun.
But I also
you're going to watch the NFL over it this December.
Absolutely, I will.
So you don't like it that much
because the NFL's better.
Playoff game versus regular season. You'd rather
well,
watch.
It depends on who's
season.
Playing in the regular season game.
It's the Bears,
Packers, Bears, and then Eagles, Commanders.
Yeah, well, it depends on how important those games are.
Interesting.
Extremely important.
I have 2 TVs, Josh. I can watch them both.
I know, me too. We're debating about
the college one will be on the little TV.
Nice. Pedro says, "Hi guys, dumb debate question. Would it be great if every college team could join any conference? Men's basketball and women's volleyball are in the Big 10. Men's basketball and baseball and women's softball are in the Big 12. He's talking about Nebraska. Creighton men's and women's basketball in the ACC. Every conference gets the same amount of money. Would that be more palatable than what we have today? If every league got the same amount of money, then they could just fix the sport.
We'd be confused as hell as to where everything's being played.
If you could do broad rev share where everybody gets an even piece of the pie, you could fix college sports. They should collectively negotiate with the TV networks and take all the money and divide it up.
Texas Tech booster.
I'm just trying to fix college football. If we could put teams back in their proper conferences.
I mean,
John might like college football.
Would I prefer more regional conferences? You damn betcha.
God, that'd be tight.
Would I bring back the Big 8? You damn right.
I've never even I lived in it, but I don't even remember the Big 8.
The Big 8 conference that's winningest.
I saw Tom
versus
Chattel
the Big 10
during the College World Series. He had a Big 8 shirt on.
Yeah,
it couldn't have been more on brand. It was awesome. It's a
if
great logo.
If I could wave my magic wand and take conferences back to where they were in like the mid 80s, hell yes.
That's a good dumb debate. Well, okay, real quick. So what is the best era for conferences? Because if you go back to the mid 80s, you got a ton of independence, which doesn't have to be a negative. I'm just throwing that out there. So what's the best era?
But I want to go back far enough so that the Southwest Conference is still around. So
what do we think about 1994? Now, Penn State is in the Big 10, which means there's 11 teams, which is weird.
But again, we can make fun of the Big 10 for that.
But there's still a Big 8. There's still a Southwest. Now the Southwest
and there's a Big East.
And the Southwest though has changed a little bit. So maybe you have to go back a few years earlier because Arkansas and South Carolina. Well, South Carolina was an independent, right?
I'll be honest with you. I didn't mind it when Penn State was an independent.
Yeah. So go back to the 80s. So you say the 80s.
Sure.
I think it was cool.
Now that would be
When was Florida State in a conference? When did they join the ACC?
Was in the 90s.
Was it early 90s or late 80s? Because they were an independent for the longest time, too. Joey, are you looking at
91.
91. So you go back to the 80s, and you got Florida State as an independent, Miami, Notre Dame, Penn State. Did I say them twice? I think I did.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
91 for non-football sports, 92 for
That does
football.
sound cool.
It was fun.
Yeah. You had more non-con back then. If you could have 12-game schedules, but with smaller conferences now, it would mean more non-conference games, and you would have to play more bigger brands like you did in the 80s.
I think I would. I think I would go back to like 87, 88, something like that.
That sounds
because I want Arkansas. I want Arkansas back in the Southwest.
Can we bring back the Orange Bowl stadium, not bowl? Can we bring back the stadium too? That was a cool stadium.
We'd have to blow up the Marlins Stadium, but you could do that right now and you wouldn't hurt anybody because no one's there anyway.
I cannot wait for that. I love that stadium.
Oh, absolutely. And then we can get rid of the college football playoff and start voting for our champions again.
John, don't be an idiot. Mike says number one, by the way. Now, it was not on the list. Number one, College World Series. What if the College World Series was on that list, John? Then what would you do?
Wow.
Are you getting rid of the College World Series, Omaha's crown jewel? Or are you deleting the World Series?
Man. Guess I'd have to get rid of the Super Bowl. And we just have to vote on our NFL champions.
Hey, Cowboys have had some good regular seasons, so maybe they'd win a Super Bowl.
Highly unlikely.
They might win the vote. Yeah, they wouldn't because everyone's a hater. Sad.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to make that decision.
Mm.
I'm glad I didn't have to make that decision. Because that'd be tough.
Here we go. So Dave Fight sent this out earlier. There are for the low price of $20,000, you and 39 of your friends can sit in a 300 level club seats for the Akron or Houston Christian game. You get 8 parking passes. It does not come with food or drink, so you'd have to pay for that on your own. Now, the debate is not, do you want to spend this amount of money? That's like $500 a pop, by the way. His follow-up is, are there
$500 a pop and you don't even get food and drink?
Correct, pretty weak, but you get parking. Are there 39 people in your life who would join you for a Huskers game? John, you get tickets to Akron for week 1 in the club suites. You have 1,000
that's a problem.
parking
It's
passes.
Akron.
Yeah, so do you have 39 people that would want to join you for that game?
No.
So my best group of friends, there are 6 of them. They're all married, so that's 12 people. And then I'm married, so that gets us up to 14. I think for sure we can do that. My parents, that gets us to 16. Now we're struggling. You know, I'm asking work friends like Joey. I'm asking just work friends in general. But that's like, you know, then it's work friends. No offense, but, you know.
Yeah, no.
Mike Schaefer's and then all my media friends, they're working, though. They're writing, they're typing.
But if you invite me, Josh, who's going to produce Big Red Overreaction?
Great point. I can't invite Joey. I guess Peter's getting the invite. Sorry, Joey.
No, Peter could be.
See, that's the thing. I'd tell him, hey,
Grim
you can come and sit up in this suite and get 1/8 of a parking pass, but there's no food and drink. That would be a deal breaker right there.
No, that would be the deal breaker?
Food and drink.
It's either that or the fact it would be the Akron game.
Yeah, but you're
inviting me to a suite, but we have to watch Akron?
Yeah, but it's a suite. You're comfortable, so at least you're not outside.
But all those people would say, I'm also comfortable at home watching it on TV where I have food and drink.
Yeah, I guess that's cool. Or that's
there's
true.
other good games on TV.
There are.
Yeah, here's the other problem.
What's up?
A lot of the people I associate with either are working, like you said.
Yes.
Or have no interest in Nebraska football.
What about Kugler? He's not working yet. It's right before Akron. Crap, that's a week 1 of the NFL. Darn.
And he'd probably be the first one to say, what, you're inviting me to a suite and there's no food and drink? I'm out.
That's probably
Hell
true.
no.
By the way, people are now debating coolers and fridges again.
Yeah, Stibbs.
Oh, okay. So, here's what I was very confused. Stibbs says, just got off the phone with my dad. The industry calls them coolers, but they are called coolers. The Ice Chest are also coolers, but they often call them by the brand name. He says, did you ever call them refrigerators? His dad said never.
Yeah, see that. They must have a different language there in the soda industry.
They do.
Because they do call them walk-in coolers.
Mm-hmm.
But they're really refrigerators.
Yeah.
And that's what they are.
Yeah. I understand, though, there's a difference between a cooler, a walk-in cooler, and a cooler that you would take to a tailgate.
Right.
Or a suite at a football game because you have to bring
you have to bring your own. Well, but they don't even let you do that.
Not anymore. Remember the stories of the olden times when people would sneak booze up there?
Jeez.
Pedro says,
getting worse all the time.
As we finish up, going all the way back to the beginning, 2 words, the worst 2 words in sport, Achilles tendon.
Ugh.
No one ever says that for a good reason. No one ever says Achilles tendon with a happy sound. It's always Achilles tendon.
What if like this year?
You know that feeling, Joey?
What if this year Ramir Johnson breaks off a run?
For who? He's not there anymore.
Oh,
Emmett Johnson.
Emmett Johnson. I get my Johnsons mixed up. Hey-o.
Cut that, please, Joey.
What if he takes off on a run and the announcer says, man, he wouldn't have been able to make that cut without a great Achilles tendon.
That would be incredible.
Maybe we need to do a better job of making the Achilles tendon a positive instead of a negative.
Speaking of Kugler, maybe we talk to him about that. He'll be on the call for NFL games this year. He should say that about Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at his Achilles tendon.
Look at that cut that he made, thanks in part to his very healthy, very strong Achilles tendon.
Wow. That would be wild if announcers started doing that.
Hey, Matthew Stafford would not have been able to make that possible without a working ACL joint.
I bet Awful Announcing would write about Kevin if he mentioned somebody's Achilles tendon. He could show up on a website, on the internet. That's got to be his dream.
Well, speaking of Kevin, he did show up on the internet this week.
What?
I think we need to have a conversation about what to do with our colleague.
Oh, all right. I'm looking forward to this.
We'll have that and more as we continue. That's Dumb Debates.
Nice.
Get ready for more insanity tomorrow on Topic Alert Day, which will be
Wow, 8 hours of
8 hours of topic alert.
Holy God, I keep remembering that I'm doing this, and I volunteered for no reason. I got bullied into doing this. I'm an idiot.
You've done this yourself.
I have indeed.
1620 The Zone. We have an update on For Whom the Tweet Tolls. Matt Rule's tweet 2 nights ago
shocked a nation.
Shocked a nation. Too many people have profited financially off of negativity and despair. Their time is over. I was told today.
Sources?
I was told today, and I trust Sean. Sean's connected.
Oh.
Sean Callahan of Husker Online.
Yeah.
That the tweet was directed towards ESPN for, well, apparently there was a negative, there was a recruiting article recently that was breaking down recruiting and different teams.
Okay.
And apparently Nebraska got bad reviews.
Interesting.
For not having, because this was before they got this recent onslaught of commits. And that.
All right, let's see if I can find
And that this was directed towards them.
Okay. I don't even know
I
how
I
to
saw
even
this.
find it.
Yeah, I saw this. I saw some folks talking about this. I never bothered to read the story because
Did you find a story?
no,
okay.
I don't have it on me right now. But
because the ESPN recruiting page, I just opened up each of the top 4 articles and I control F to Nebraska, and there's nothing.
I think I found it here.
Okay. Which one is this?
Just a second. Let me double check. Make sure this is it. Ding, 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 ding. Yep. Here it is. The story
Is this one? Here are the 11 teams?
No.
Okay.
The story is entitled College Football 2026 Recruiting June Winners, Big Questions, and What's Next.
Okay.
Written by Eli Lederman. And this was earlier this week.
It was June. So this was June 30th. This
Yes.
was the day.
And
Okay.
under the Nebraska paragraph, it said that Nebraska misses on ESPN 300 quarterback Cameron Hamill. Michigan pledges Zion Robinson, Titan Davis, played with blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Honestly, this doesn't read that negatively.
I know.
However, Coach Matt Rule and the Huskers recovered from Braun's flip on June 23rd with a commit from Danny Odom. Maybe there was something else written in here. I'm searching for all the different mentions of Nebraska.
I mean, so it mentions this at the very start, John. The players misses on ESPN 3 cornerback, yada yada. Michigan pledges, yada 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 yada. Paired with the flip of number 1 commit CJ Bronaugh, low-lighted a challenging June for the Huskers.
That's probably the phrase. Low-lighting a challenging June for the Huskers.
Nebraska's fading grip on the recruitment of top 100 rusher Brian Bonner Jr. in a battle with UCLA and Washington doesn't help matters either. But there is a however that follows. That is the most tepid criticism that I've ever seen.
And again, I didn't read this initially. I knew it existed, and I had heard rumblings that there were some people questioning because, again, this came out and maybe didn't emphasize some of the other things that took place. Man, that seems like pretty sensitive.
I would say that is not something to get super upset about.
Yeah, I did. Now, I get it from Matt Rule because he's probably feeling pretty good right now. Man, look what we did in June. We worked our ass off.
Sure.
We took pictures with a cow.
Mm-hmm.
We took pictures with combines, hosted a lot of camps, did the 7-on-7 thing. So maybe he felt a little slighted that his and his coach's efforts weren't being praised enough, but it doesn't, I don't know.
I have seen much stronger, harsher criticism about Matt Rule.
Yeah.
Usually from you. But no, in all seriousness, I've seen much harsher.
Yeah.
Jeremy says, they said Nebraska whiffed big in June. Is that what the word that they used? Nebraska's fading grip, low-lighted.
There was no whiff.
There was no whiff.
The word whiff does not, unless this is a.
Oh, wait. Okay. So, there is a headline for this section. What's next for teams that whiffed in June?
Okay.
Okay, that is harsher.
Now, but is Nebraska mentioned?
Yes. So Auburn, it's what's next for teams that mentioned. Auburn is there, Oregon is there, Penn State is there, and Nebraska is there, and then Tennessee. And then teams poised to rise in July.
How come
it's at the top of this little section of teams? Like scroll up to the top of the section.
Well, I just did a Control F on Nebraska, and it's
no. Wait, it's the same story we were just reading.
Oh, and it's under the subheading.
It's under the subheading.
Teams that whiffed.
Teams that
okay.
whiffed in June.
All right. Now I get it.
Yeah.
Now I get it. The actual paragraph doesn't read that bad, but they were under the subheadline.
Correct.
What's next for teams that whiffed in June? It's got to be your bull.
Oh, okay. Interesting. From Tim on YouTube. When the article was sent to phone notification, it had a horrible headline about Nebraska failing in June. So the push notification about
push notification, which of course they probably directed it at certain fan bases because they know they're going to get clicks.
Oh yeah.
And so push notifications from ESPN to Nebraska users probably highlighted that Nebraska whiffed in June.
Mm-hmm.
Now it makes sense. Oh, it's always those damn push notifications.
Hate push notifications.
That's why when you sign up for the app, we don't abuse the push notifications.
We don't. We send them, but not every second of every day. And
now it makes sense.
We certainly don't troll.
All right.
Okay, I got the push notification. Tough month for Huskers. What's next for Nebraska after whiffing on the recruiting trail in June? Okay.
All right.
Wow, that's some good work. Thank you to all of our listeners for helping us out.
Now it makes more sense.
Wow.
Now,
so it's not Jack or me.
Now, yeah, that's
well,
the
that's
disappointing thing is I was kind of hoping it would be just to see Jack twist in the wind.
He wasn't happy about it. He was not
It was
happy.
never going to be about him.
That's
But-
what I said.
But here's the thing.
Jordan says clickbait push notification.
And this kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier about, the Big Ten and PR.
Yeah.
ESPN is not affiliated with the Big Ten.
No.
Might it have had a little more impact if Matt Rule had maybe taken a screenshot of that notification and accompanied
in his tweet
and put it in his tweet?
Well, certain
or written in his tweet, "Hey ESPN,
yes. Well,
trying to profit off of negativity, we didn't do any whiffing."
Well, yeah, because then we would have known who it was about.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying.
But
Maybe it would have made even more of an impact if he would have directly called out ESPN and said, "Hey, ESPN, we didn't do any whiffing. We hit home runs in June."
Yeah. He certainly, for whatever reason, wanted to be as vague as possible.
But
for whatever reason, he wanted to be vague. He liked it. You're right. Like it would have. I mean, then we could have had a nice little Matt Rule versus ESPN rivalry. But I don't think he wanted that. I think he wanted to be vague. I think he wanted people to guess.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Well, that apparently is where the tweet was notified.
Problem solved.
Directed.
Problem solved.
You're off the hook,
So
Josh.
Thank God.
all you people out there, and I do
And
mean
you do mean
you
you
people
yeah.
who are saying it's because of negative shows like yours. That's who it's
Not us.
He was going after.
I haven't made my season prediction yet.
Eli, what's his face? Eli, the Laterman of ESPN.
Yeah, he's always there later. Man.
Tough look for them.
Dave says, what's the timing between the whiff notification and the 4-star commit? So the tweet that I had sent to me, the push notification came out at 10:32
on Monday.
On Monday, they landed the lineman during the show, right? Wasn't it right around the time we started?
I think it was around
the tackle from Chicago.
Wasn't that at like 2-ish? That's when I thought that I
think
was
it was
sitting,
during the show.
Yeah, I thought I was sitting right here when suddenly it was amazing. All of these recruiting writers, they must have done a group call with the player because they all had quotes like right after it became official. It was like
that sounds about right.
So fast.
That sounds about right.
Sam,
so yeah, they didn't have complete information.
Sam writes, Matt Rule handshake meme girls on Facebook in 2007 vague booking. I've never heard of that before. Vague booking, and I'm old enough to remember being on Facebook in 2007. Vague booking. Never heard of that term before. I'm going to have to Google it. I think I figured it out, but that's fun. Vague booking. To post deliberately cryptic statements on social media so as to elicit attention or requests for detail. He certainly vague booked.
Well, he did.
Ooh, I should start vague booking.
Why? Why would you do that?
You know what? I actually got advice early in my career from somebody who was like, don't ever post that type of crap about your job. And I was like, it's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Yeah. If I have a complaint, I just say it out loud. Or I do what you do and hit the microphone over and over and over. But it's working great right now.
Microphone works great. I haven't had a single issue with it all day long.
No vague book in here.
Well, coming up next in content, we have buried the lead on the story of yesterday.
What?
We have an update on Red Panda.
Oh my gosh. I will try not to make people angry.
What is it with you and women
Josh.
who either perform at halftime or sit on the sidelines like Sister Jean?
It's not because they're women.
They are both women.
They are. Yes, that is true. I'll find some men I'm annoyed with as well. Next.
1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What are you laughing at?
The chat during the commercial break was pretty funny. I just saw it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Programming note that coming up next, the boys on After Hours apparently are doing a wing eating contest.
I'm sure it's going to go tremendously for all parties involved.
And apparently Dan, who I bet has the most sensitive tummy of anybody, is also going to participate. This could be a disaster, folks.
Yeah.
We might be doing the shows from home tomorrow because they still be cleaning up the vomit on the floor in here.
How far does that hose extend over here?
We're going to find out. And with that said, it's time for content.
Speaking of disaster, folks, Red Panda's hurt. She fell off her unicycle and appeared to injure her wrist along with being generally shaken up. She got up to try to walk off the court, but then kneeled back down. Medical personnel tended to her and then brought out a wheelchair to take her off the court. She did not appear to lose consciousness. Should we offer a prayer in these uncertain times?
Well, the times are a little more certain because during the break, Joey gave us an update. Her wrist was severely fractured.
Been there.
And it was the left one.
Yeah,
Been
which
there.
is one that she has hurt in the past, right, Joey? This sucks.
By the
Those
way,
are my words. This is bad, and it's a bummer.
TMZ is reporting they are told that the accident was due to the left pedal of her unicycle being damaged in transit. It was sabotage.
By whom?
I don't know. We need to find out.
We need
but Red
answers.
Panda is hurt now, and she's going to be out of action for a while.
Was it sabotage or was it just damage during transit? Like maybe it was a little bumpy.
Damage during transit.
You've never had anything damaged during transit?
You know how many
you ever
times,
get home and your
you know
eggs
how
are
many
broken?
times her unicycle's been transported across the country, and now it happens to
I don't know.
fail? I think it was sabotage.
Another wrist has hit the ground, writes Alex and Lincoln. Jordan says, John, handshake meme, hopefully with the uninjured hand. Red Panda, both the left wrist folks.
I feel bad for her.
Yeah, that's going to be a lengthy recovery.
Tell me about it. And I don't even use a unicycle.
Ohio State's Jeremiah Smith has something to say to the team up north. I just hate them. Just something about them. For the next 2 years, I promise you, I will not lose to them. I can't lose to them in the next 2 years. Will he eat these words?
Michigan boy.
I mean, they'll probably beat them one time, right? They can't keep losing to them forever, right?
So you think he's going to eat those words?
No, I think Ohio State will beat Michigan. No, I don't. Do I think they'll beat them both times? No, but I think they'll beat them once.
That means you have to
yeah,
use
I guess
words.
he'll eat.
He says he's never going to lose to
He'll
him.
eat some of his words, but not all of his words.
Well, it's an all or nothing proposition.
I guess he'll eat
He
some
says,
words then.
I will not lose to them.
All right, well, we'll see about that.
I think Jeremiah Smith is right. Michigan's about to start
You
going
say this
in the
every
wrong
year.
direction.
Down.
Start to get back down to what Michigan usually is.
You
Just
said this
a
last
name.
year. You said the same thing last year.
And what happened?
Michigan beat Ohio State.
Yeah.
As a 24-point underdog, remember?
Yeah, but now I have Jeremiah Smith assurance.
Oh,
His
that's
promise,
what I needed.
His guarantee.
Thank you for your promises, Jeremiah.
He puts it on the box. He puts the guarantee. He's got to have the guarantee
He's
on the box.
What if this is a get the egg scenario, though? What if this is his version of my weather predictions?
Tell you what, Jeremiah Smith, will you allow Josh to throw eggs at you if they beat you once in the next 2 years?
Great question, John. I'd be happy to throw eggs.
We haven't made fun of Josh too much about the new Cowboys doc, so let's do it now. Josh, you're going to watch this slop sitting in your underpants, remembering a time in your life you don't remember.
Joey, those are harsh words. I can't believe you would write such a sentence.
That's very harsh words.
I'm not going to be as good as that Celtics
I
doc.
approve of those words.
I didn't watch a second of the Celtics doc, Joey. I don't know.
It's a great
I mean,
doc. Baylor's in it.
honestly, if this came out now, I'd be more apt to watch it. But in mid-August, it's football time. I'm getting ready for the season. I got too many things to do.
Wait, this isn't coming out till August?
It's like mid-August, like the 16th or something.
Well, they're trying to take advantage of people being more interested in football.
Yeah, I would have
More
rather watched
interested
this in the summer.
preseason.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, probably not. It's just going to make me sad. Why do I want to get sad? I'm sad already. Are you going to watch it, John? Yeah.
I have no interest at all.
Yeah.
I had to live through the darkest.
Shut up, Joey.
I had to live through the darkest era of NFL history when the Cowboys and the 49ers were the only two teams.
Wow. So before integration, that wasn't the darkest time, but the 90s were
Hey,
the
John,
darkest time.
after
Yikes, John, that's tough.
After that Super Bowl, I had my Super Bowl hat, that saxophone hat. Nice and pretty.
That's true. The Packers started the run. We haven't had a Frisco or Dallas champion since. Thank you, Green Bay. And thank you, Brett Favre.
Wow. Says no one in
I think
Mississippi.
San Fran thanks the Packers. Anyway, late Monday night, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine signed a 2-year, $60 billion budget that sets aside $600 million in unclaimed funds for the new Cleveland Browns Stadium. The Browns are moving to a dome? What? Sad.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this last week. We're very close to having a time where at least half of the league is playing in some kind of an indoor stadium.
So the Bills, thankfully, as we mentioned, they're building a new stadium, and that it will not be a dome. So we're good to go in Buffalo for probably 20 years until they want a new stadium,
We're
right?
good to go in Green Bay forever.
Green Bay is going to be out in the cold. And then the other ones that you wonder about are Kansas City, as they've had many conversations recently.
The Bears' new stadium,
Bears,
whatever
they want a
that's going to
dome.
be a dome.
Yeah. And so those are
Titans' new stadium is going to be a dome.
And so those are like the cold weather places, because I can think of other spots like Seattle. There's not any talk about them building a new stadium. San Francisco's is only 10 years old, but those aren't cold weather locations. This also, like, as always, they have billions of dollars. Like, build your own damn stadium. I feel bad for the people in Cleveland.
Well, it's only 26 years old.
Seriously, it's not that old.
The stadium. They built the stadium so that they could bring back the Browns in 1999.
Yeah, exactly.
And nothing to show for. ESPN.com had a story today about Bill Belichick going to UNC, comparing him to Bill Walsh's second stint with Stanford in the mid-90s. Walsh went 10-3, 4-7, and then 3-7-1 in those years. How likely is it Belichick has a similar record?
He obviously can't have a tie, but dude,
that's an interesting comparison.
I don't know if those records are that out of bounds. I mean, it would mean 2 sub-500 years and quite a bit below 500 at that. Honestly, the hardest part for me is, will he be there 3 years to be able to match this type of win-loss? But if you give me an over-under of 17.5, I might take the under. I just think it's going to be a lot harder than people think.
It's a very apt comparison, because it would kind of surprise a lot of folks that Bill Walsh went back to college. Now, with Belichick, he's never really coached in college, not as a professional. So, a professional coach, I mean. So, as much as I want to believe that Bill Belichick can do something there, I think I would. I think if we went 17, I think I'd take the under on 17 wins too.
The NHL has agreed to let players participate in the 2026 Winter Olympics. It will be the first time since 2014 that pro players will skate in the Olympics. Thoughts?
Typically, I'm not for something like this, but
you don't care about hockey, so you're for it.
Well, no, that's one Olympic sport I will watch. I watch Olympic hockey, and I do remember when they last played in 2014.
I do too.
I was really engrossed in all of that, and this will be a chance for America to win back our dignity after America's hat beat us in the Four Nations Cup.
We will not win any dignity in the 2026 Olympics.
What do you mean?
No dignity won.
We will beat America's hat.
Put it on the long-term list. Get the eggs. They're not going to win the gold medal. They won't.
Hater of America.
No, just truth teller. They call me Mr.
Why
Truth.
don't you just move to New York and be with your socialist mayor?
I'm just saying Mr. Truth, John. I tell the truth around here. Remember, I called it when they played in the Four Nations. You were wrong. Nick and I were right. Sorry. You know, it's like how you pick the Cowboys to lose and you're often right, even though you're rooting against America's team. So is this any different? You're rooting against America's team, and I am just picking against America's
team. That's
hockey team.
That's propaganda.
Interesting.
That's
There's a difference,
propaganda.
Josh.
Oh, is there, Joey?
There is.
Fascinating.
Well, here's Taylor's boyfriend, Travis Kelce, on his experience hosting Saturday Night Live. In quote, "The writers' rooms were fun because you just getting pitched ideas. The table reading for a guy that can't really read that well, it was kind of a effed up situation. Not the greatest endorsement for a University of Cincinnati education, eh?"
For a guy that really can't read that well.
Yeah,
Ouch.
He was basically couldn't do the skits as well as he would have wanted to because of the cue cards that he had to read. Tough look for Cincinnati. Can't wait to see him at the stadium in less than 2 months.
It's a tough look
next month.
Tay-Tay, too. But she's dating a dummy.
Still dating him, though. At least you acknowledge that it's a real relationship.
Well,
it's called true love, John.
Dating in quotes.
True love.
I guess it does add to the intrigue of this kayfabe romance.
True love.
Well, she can't get feedback from him from her songwriting.
That's true.
Hey, can you read this song? No, I can't. Literally.
Travis, can you tell me what you think of these lyrics? Da, 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 da.
Oh, man.
Come on, Travis.
Well, guys, you remember Kevin Kugler, your former co-worker, the founder of Unsportsmanlike Conduct? Apparently, old age tends to make you forgetful of things. Things like, where are my socks? Did I take my Metamucil this morning? Thank you, Josh. And how long have I been laying in the sun? Is it time that we ship him off to an elder care facility?
I mean, look at this. I mean, his face is glowing.
Every photo, you zoomed in closer and closer to
Well,
him.
I just wanted people to, I mean, you can clearly see it in the photo. Listen, I know, I understand he likes to lay out in the sun and get a little color on his face, but this is taking it to the extreme. It's like, did he fall asleep out there?
Yeah.
Did he just forget where he was?
Did yourself at his wedding in the 90s time travel to today and take it back with you to get sunburned?
No.
Aren't you insanely sunburned in his
I
wedding
was,
photo?
but that was because
was there time travel involved here?
There was some idiocy that was involved in this. I admit, it's one of my worst moments. It's not one of my more proud.
Maybe
moments.
he wanted to replicate your life. Maybe he says, "I want to be like John from the 90s, not current John."
I think he wanted to look like Brother Love from the old school WWE, the guy with the red face.
I don't get that reference, so I'm going to have to Google it.
Brother Love, he was a character on WWF. He played a preacher guy who had a very red face.
Oh, nice. Is he still alive?
Yes.
He is. 62 years young. Bruce Pritchard.
Yes.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, this is...
Looks like a preacher. You said he played a preacher?
Oh, poor Kevin. Just so forgetful.
Andy says it's like Kevin tripped over his lawn bag, got knocked out, and the worst that happened was a sunburn. Yeah, you'd trade that, wouldn't you? You trade a sunburn for your broken wrist?
Absolutely.
So maybe he actually did it better than you.
No, I just think he forgot. I mean, Kevin's pretty clumsy too, but I think he just plain forgot.
What did he do again? I always forget. What did Kevin do?
Well, he fell through his ceiling.
Ugh.
He also tripped going up the stairs at a Creighton baseball game and tore his knee up.
I always thought that was Stacy. That was Kevin?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, ouch. Was he wearing shorts or did it rip through his pants?
No, I think he was.
Ouch.
I think it was shorts. Yeah, and it was those corrugated steps, those metal ones.
That's what I always figured.
It was bad. It was bad.
Mm-hmm. You know what's not bad, though, John?
I don't know. What's not
dinner.
bad?
Yes.
We love dinner. See, listen to the
favorite
excitement.
segment.
Look at that.
It's your favorite segment.
Jimmy Allen gives us crap for what's for dinner. Meanwhile, he's going to try to eat wings.
Yeah, he's
and
going
not
to have dinner
not
during
throw
a
up
show.
on his radio
Yeah,
show.
is this like a speed eating contest or is this
Yeah,
like
it
based
is.
on
It's like-
heat?
It's more of a speed eating.
Who's going to talk? As they're all eating wings, who's going to talk?
Come here, Jimmy. Explain to the good people
I'm just hearing my name being spoken from the other.
Yeah, because you're going to eat wings.
How does this work? Is this a speed contest or is this about heat?
So Goose's Bar and Grill has a wing challenge, and there's a wall of fame and a wall of shame. So
right.
We know which one you'll be on.
Even if you don't win, you end up on the wall for all the
Okay.
wrong reasons. So you got to pick your first 5 wings flavor. So John and I are both starting with barbecue, and then they get progressively hotter throughout, and you got to eat 25 in 10 minutes.
Each?
Yes.
So
you're each going to do this?
Yes.
Do you have 50 wings here right now?
I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow.
We have 62.
This place is going to smell like wings the rest of the night.
We will remove them from the studio after we eat
You
them.
may not live through this. I mean, that's a lot of wings.
We're going to ask Dan and Brody to do their best, Pat Sajak,
and talk
and give us their best.
All right. Well, good
rundown
luck.
and play by
So
play.
that's okay. So that's coming up
On Wing Wednesday.
On Wing Wednesday.
Nice. Goose is very tasty wings.
Did you get your gift card?
Oh yeah, I used it
All
I
right.
used it last Friday.
So be listening.
We're gonna do it at 6 though, because we figured the wings are gonna get cold by 6:15.
There you go.
Well, that's a smart choice. So it's right at the top
luck,
of the
Jimmy.
show. So stay right here on 1620 The Zone or ZoneTV.live.
What's for dinner?
It's what? Oh, now he likes the segment.
Now he likes our segment.
There we go.
Interesting.
Jeez. All right, we'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night we had it was a nice like a Parmesan chicken, and the wife made she didn't know what the name of the salad was. She gets all these recipes and then she never like remembers what the name of the salad is.
So
But
she has the recipe though, right?
yeah, it was a really good salad. It was a creamy dressing. It was very tangy. Had some corn in it. It was delicious.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah, it was a pretty good meal last night. So, but as far as tonight's concerned, I don't have any idea.
Leftover pizza is what it is. Tasty, but it's leftover pizza. Tonight, the wife is home. My wife is home. Baked ravioli with meat sauce, topped with cheese, Caesar salads, garlic bread.
And smoothies?
No smoothies tonight, John. We're not having breakfast again. Maybe we'll have a smoothie. We're having popcorn tonight. We might have smoothies with our popcorn.
Okay, now that is weird.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's normal.
You
and
have soda
tasty.
with popcorn.
Now we have smoothies.
Ugh.
Don't you me, Joey.
Sounds disgusting.
No, I'm not dipping the popcorn in the smoothie. You eat it, it's salty, and then you have the sweetness of the smoothie.
Wait a second. I thought you didn't like the sweet and the savory.
I don't dip things inside of it. I don't mind. I eat pancakes and have bacon. I just don't want it together. This is a normal thing. Joey, what are you having?
Well, I had big plans tonight. My sister was supposed to fly into town.
You were talking about this yesterday. You were very triggered.
Yesterday, her flight from Newark got pushed. So
sad.
Yeah, weather kind of changed things up. So her overnight was in Raleigh. So I was going to take her to a seafood restaurant by my place.
You were going to take her to a nice seafood dinner
and never call her again.
Yes.
Bummer. So what are you going to do now?
I'm just going to go pick up some chicken tendies.
Nice. Where from? From Cane's?
Yeah.
Why don't you see if they have a smoothie?
You should ask.
I should ask.
Well, how about this?
How about this?
Chris in Montana. You know that name.
Yeah.
He texts us. His last text was January 30th. He just texted us.
Yeah.
It's been a few months since I've heard the show. Been quite busy during the day, but got off the river and had to fillet a bunch of fish. And what a fun way to spend a couple of hours. Show sounds as good as ever. Hopefully, I'll be able to listen more consistently once I get pushed through this next work cycle. Keep up the good work.
Joey's taking all the credit.
Joey has done a wonderful job.
The Pat signal went up. The Joey signal went up. And that's when Chris in Montana said, "Oh, I can start listening again."
So thank you.
So he was
Chris.
listening to us while gutting fish.
Wow. There's no better way to spend your time than by listening to us and gutting fish.
Well, I mean, we just established earlier this week that maybe some people have sex while listening to us.
That is awesome. I'm happy to be the sounds. Yes, congrats on the sex. Jordan writes, dumb debate, is a milkshake a smoothie? Probably in weird Stibbs parlance it is, but no, a milkshake is not a smoothie. Smoothie is fruit. Unless it's a peanut butter chocolate smoothie.
No, yeah, exactly. You can't say a smoothie is fruit.
I don't know. I guess it is a smoothie then.
I think what defines a smoothie is it has ice in it. Because, right, it's got crushed ice in it.
No, when we do it, our fruit is frozen. So that is what takes care of the thickness. Down with the thickness.
Well, I mean, a milkshake, obviously, it has milk and ice cream. But I guess smoothies
Okay, so milkshakes have ice cream. We don't put ice cream in our smoothies. We have frozen fruit. We have, usually like a protein powder in there, some milk.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just glad I don't invest in these things.
In what things?
Well, I mean,
you got to put all that money in your safe.
I mean, there are places where you go and get a smoothie and they put like frozen yogurt in it or sherbet.
Sure. I guess that's true. I think we put yogurt in ours. I think we put yogurt.
I think this is a more narrow line to draw than cooler versus refrigerator. Smoothie versus milkshake.
Yeah, and then what's a malt? What's the difference? What's a
malt?
malt?
The malt has the malted powder in it.
So what is a malt powder?
It's called malted milk.
So it's a milk.
It's a powder.
Malt.
It's
is a cereal grain that has been made to germinate by soaking in water, and then that's malt for.
Well, but that is
the proper malt.
It's based on that.
Because now I'm looking at beer malts. Cool. There you go.
Hot take. I prefer malts over shakes.
See, I don't.
Chocolate malts.
Can we do a taste test this summer? I want to figure out if I like a malt or a shake more. I like both, but I don't really know if I know the difference.
That's good. We should do that.
Okay. That sounds fun.
But we're definitely not getting vanilla because that's plain.
By the way, I just saw this from Awful Announcing. John Crook on the Phil's Padres broadcast today said we were talking to Mark Grant, the radio announcer for the Padres. Bona fide half-wit. Can you say that? Well, I can't wait to watch that clip later. I'm going to save it and watch it tonight.
That's John Crook, baby. All right, stay tuned. A very interesting wing eating contest is coming up next on After Hours.
And then Topic Alert tomorrow.
Topic Alert tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
As we wrap up the week.